And there is no way we can beat them if we do not have warriors. Basically, that is what we learned and discussed yesterday. Done.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin Mwendo. Thank you very much for that briefing. And if anything, what I got from what he said is that cybersecurity is a lifestyle. You will not be able, for example, to surf the internet if your system or the gadget or platform you're using is not secured. You will not be able to communicate freely in future or use AI systems if you do not understand how to secure yourself. So cybersecurity is going to be a lifestyle. We also need cyber warriors in our country. If you're not learning about cybersecurity, just take an introduction course about cybersecurity. Get to understand what is it that I need to learn about the security of my industry. That way, if you represent yourself as a doctor, if you present yourself as a computer scientist, if you present yourself as a customer service marketer, and you tell them, I can teach you or I can innovate for you as a company on securing your systems, they will take you without a doubt and work with you. So if you've never thought about cybersecurity, this is your time, and CyberPro is bringing this to you in the campus itself. Thank you, Mr. Benjamin, for creating that awareness. And coming on swiftly to the main session, allow me to explain how this is going to happen, the main session. So generally, our speaker or moderators are going to be called on stage and present their topics. Now, I know we might have questions as we move forward. Please note down your questions. Once you're done with your questions, once they are done, for example, if it's a speaker and they have a question and answer session, once they are done, just raise your hand and ask your question. When it comes to the panelists are going to talk about topics in general. And everyone is going to have a different opinion on something here and there. What I'd ask you as well, put down your questions at the end of the panel session. Please ask your questions. We are good about that? Okay, thank you. So let's move forward very swiftly to our next session. We're going to have someone who is not new to you. But before I do that, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Joanne Bessia. I am the founder and CEO of Tech Mindset Africa, an education company that educates Africa in artificial intelligence, mostly focusing on how we're going to solve Africa-based challenges using Africa-based AI solutions. I'm also an author of a book called The Future in Technology Through a Woman's Eye. All that out of the way, I'd like to present a lady, a professor who is not new to you. This lady has myriad of honors and awards, and I tried to summarize, I cannot. But I'm privileged to currently to discuss and to introduce to you the current Dean of School of Science and Engineering. Already I know you know who that is. Senior Lecturer in Environmental Health and Biomedical Sciences at Daystar University. Allow me just to give 1 minute of her awards. In any case, none of you, someone from the crowd does not know her. In January 2010, Professor was awarded with a commendation and certificate of Best Research in Medical Entomology. Not only that, she was also acknowledged with excellence in Teaching and Learning by Center of Excellence in Teaching and Learning at Daystar. Not only that, earlier in 2001, 2002, 2003, and also 2010 and 2015, she was awarded the Star of Excellency Award. Should I continue? At Daystar University as the best lecturer in science and pre-university departments. I have met her, I don't know if she remembers me, it's all right. But as an alumni of Daystar University, I have met Professor Martha Kiarie. Please let us stand. If you're ready today, please let us stand and honor our Dean, Professor Martha Kiarie, and let us clap for her as she takes us through the day. It is an honor and a pleasure.
Good morning. Take your seat. It's nice to be introduced by your own student. This is our second day of the conference. I'll not introduce myself more than she has done. Thank you, Joanne. I'm supposed to make remarks, so remarks do not move on to become a speech. So I want to actually almost do what Benson has done in a way of appreciating those that came to us yesterday. And I want to pick on the lessons that I learned as I share with you. And I'll start from where we started this morning, that AI is not new. It's only getting to or into our businesses more. So we used to think of AI as something out of our scope, something that the IT techs get to use, something that is used to confuse us. But now we know it's getting to be the order of everyday business. It's getting to be more useful. And a good example is each of us here do use a mobile phone. And one of the things you note is that your mobile phone, through basic AI, knows what you love. So if you are into watching some kind of videos, it keeps giving you those. And you are like, how did this phone know what I like? If you stop watching, it will remind you by asking you, do you want to see such things more or less? So it's with us, and there is no way or we can avoid it. The other thing we learned is that cybersecurity, we thought probably is something that had to do with the hacking of our computers and everything and whatever it is. But all we know is from one of the or two of the speakers we listened to yesterday is that we have moved our warfare from the land and the sea and the air, and now we have is it a fourth or fifth dimension? The space that we cannot define. In public health and environmental sciences, we do say there are certain aspects of life that are trans-boundary. They have no boundaries. So you cannot say if there is cyber insecurity in Uganda, Kenya will not be part of it. We've heard of examples where we go through nights of darkness without power in this nation, and we are told our power was cut off by some young men somewhere in Atlanta, US. And you are like, how did they get to the switch in my house? So cybersecurity is transboundary. It doesn't know the boundaries of what nation you are in. We are getting to understand it more. We are getting to prepare ourselves so that we are safe. So we now are into getting, developing people, workforce that will keep us safe. Yesterday, one of the speakers said cyber insecurity or cyber crime is not going anywhere. And you know, I wondered, is that person very fair to us? Said it's not going anywhere, it will only get worse. And that's why we need more warriors to secure our cyberspace and to keep the individual, the nation, our businesses, and the environment secure. Because when you look, if you are here yesterday or you are online, you noticed through the presentations, there is not a single area of our life that is safe from cyber insecurity. So we need a better equipped workforce in all spheres of life, in business. This morning, the moderator of the day did ask, how many of us have suffered cyber attack? For me, it's not even 3 weeks ago. I'm still suffering from the effect of what happened to me. So we are saying to secure our future in finance, in health, even in military space, in agriculture, food security, in every area, we need to better understand cyber security, what is cyber crime, and then, of course, create a workforce that is aware, a workforce that can secure what we are calling the space. And all the speakers that came to us yesterday did say that this space has no boundary. What happens in the US affects what is happening in Kenya in the cyberspace, what happens in Israel, what happens in Uganda. So, and that's why this morning we were asked, do you know what is trending? Because what trends outside your boundaries also affects you. So the other thing I want to keep reminding us, those of us who are students, whether in your diploma, undergraduate, your master's, it came out very clearly that in the area of IT and computer science and this cyber security we are talking about, it's not enough to just get your degree certification. We were all asked to remain relevant on a daily basis by complementing our degrees, our certificates with a skill-based certification. We were asked to do that. And there was a question that was asked, why do these skill-based certifications expire? And I think the answer would have been very, very, very easy, that skills change. So also your certification need to change. I know those of us also, again, in the biomedical sciences and engineering areas, we know that if you do a certificate, for example, in dealing with a human in your research, participation of humans in research, that is in biosafety, or even use of animals, that certificate is sometimes viable for only 1 year or 2 years because things change. So we're calling on us as we move from this particular conference going on to stop, to continue being students of new areas of certification. And we were encouraged, even those who are in undergraduate, that as you do your degree, reach out for other areas that will make you a better warrior. It's so beautiful when you are graduating after 4th year or even at your master's, and you have all these many other skills that you have gathered around yourself. And that's part of what has come out of what we talked about yesterday. The other thing is the collaboration that was pointed out, that the industry, the academia, that is the education bit of it, and of course the government, we need to work together so that we can actually understand at what stage, where are we in as far as cyber security, cyber crime, and whatever needs to be done is, so that we can produce a better informed, aware, probably future forward-looking workforce, so that we don't sit in our homes comfortably and think cyber security is for those who are in IT. We were told, for example, in Daystar we have a cyber academy, and that academy is not for the students in computer science or even in mathematics or actuarial. It is for every student coming to this university and many other institutions. Come and equip yourself. And therefore, one of the things that I want to talk about as I sit down is a student of today. If you're a student of computer science, you're a student of biomedical sciences, a student of communication, a student of psychology, it is not enough to just sit within your small cocoon. The world is now ready for a student who is so broad that when you stand to speak, you speak to what is happening in the world and not what is happening in your textbooks. Thank you so much. So I want to welcome you to a second day of conference. And as it has been said, we are going to have very many exciting speakers, both virtually and in person. Today we are also going to get our scholars sitting together, presenting their research, their papers. So we want to give them audience, and I'm sure, again, by the end of the day, we'll have a reason to get excited. So welcome to Daystar once more. Welcome to this conference. And I want to keep reminding us that today is a prayer day in Daystar. So even as we sit here, get a moment to say a prayer about what is happening in your life. And for this particular campus, the prayers are happening at the Baptist Church. So at break time, you can walk over if you have time. Just say something to God on behalf of yourself and us all. Thank you so much. Joanne?
Thank you very much, Professor. Please, let's give her another clap. Thank you very much for that insightful and engaging remarks that you have made. Professor Martha Kiarie, we truly appreciate you. Alumni appreciates you, and I'm sure the students and the industry leaders today appreciate you. For those who have just joined us, we are on second day of Global Cyber Shield Conference, and as we have said, we have interesting speakers, and as we swiftly move forward, I just want to capture some remarks that were made by Professor. And one is that cybersecurity attacks are real. She has just been a witness that it's just recently that she got a cyber attack. Not only that, what you're learning today is bound to change. I want us to have that mind shift mindset, that what you're learning today is not going to be enough from where you're going. We don't know where you're going to go. You might work in Kenya, you might go globally. Everywhere today, anyone who understands or has access to internet is going to understand AI and cybersecurity. And if you get into this world without this knowledge, my friend, you are bound to search for a very, very long time on how to survive. Mark my word. So today's academia, whatever you're going to learn in your degrees, in your certificates, in your diplomas, please make it your purpose to understand artificial intelligence from your perspective. Understand cybersecurity from your perspective. Another thing that I also got is, if you're a student, just what I've said is not enough. The world is ready for you. And also we are looking into, as Daystar University, allow me to call myself current Daystarian, we are looking for collaborations with the government on how we're going to enhance what we're learning globally. There's something I want as we proceed to our next speaker. Embracing the synergy of AI, cybersecurity, and digital learning is not only necessary for today's world, but it's a gateway to resilient and innovative future. Every day, every single day, we invest in these pillars: cybersecurity, AI, computer science, medicine, marketing. However, in the process, as we continue learning, we continue understanding that all this requires data. So how do we learn how to safeguard this data that we're giving out and receiving every day? How are we going to empower our minds as we move forward through the conference? I want you to think about this. How are we going to empower our minds and pave way to a smarter, safer, and a more connected future? As we think about this, I would like to call upon a Cyber Pro Global representative to come here and talk about today's session, today's event. What are we looking for in the future? Once again, we have Benjamin. Mr. Benjamin, please, let's give him a clap. Let's not forget to honor the people who stand before us today. Thank you.
Industry practice. I'll pick communication. If you're studying communication and you need to report about cybersecurity, what will you report, or how will you report that a crime happened? What really happened? The industry practice is that you need to collect evidence. You need to interview the accused. Is that true? In communication, when you're reporting, media? Yeah, you need to gather information. You need to gather evidence. You need to have a report. You need to make an argument for or against. So you need to know. Now, there are thousands and thousands of events or in cybersecurity that require reporting, and they need to be accurately reported. I'll give you an example. A few days or weeks ago, a young man clobbered a policeman. And then it was reported on social media that the young man was found at a girlfriend's house. That's where he was arrested. Fast forward, a few days after, the mother complained and said, "Am I the girlfriend? Because my son was arrested in my house." and she put out her comments. Again, it was in social media. So now, who do you believe? If you're not literate about cybersecurity and communication, you're likely going to be misled, because there is technology involved. There is, you can pick an image and place it anywhere you want, or a video, put it together, and it's illegal. So you're reporting a crime that you have gathered information that you cannot verify. So as a communication student, you need to understand the technology used, the possibility of combination of images and videos, and the reporting bit of it. So you see, cybersecurity in communication. Then the case has to be prosecuted. And I believe it's a lawyer in front of a judge, a lawyer. How will you argue for or against in a court of law? You need to understand how to collect data. You need to understand the format of the data. You need to understand the extent to which that data you can collect, because you can collect data. I remember clearly that Mr. Matiang'i had challenging times with prosecuting cyber crime, because him and company would take cases to court, but then they would be challenged that they acquired the evidence illegally. So the case dies because the evidence was acquired illegally. How would they have, you are there, you have a criminal who is distributing money, but then you don't know where that money is coming from. But then you cannot prosecute that individual because you have not acquired this legally. So you see, a lawyer comes in, cybersecurity. You need to learn how data is acquired, how it is formed, how it's framed, how it's presented, so that you prosecute. And we can go on and on and on with health sector, agriculture sector, I mean, all the professions. So cybersecurity is real, and it requires everyone to study the industry practice. That is why in our training, if you have 40 hours of training, 50% will be theory and labs, and then 50% divided by 2, 25%, you will have interaction with industry experts who will take you through everything that you need to know about cybersecurity, whether it's law, whether it's programming, whether it's security settings of equipment and all that, what the industry requires of you when you come knocking that you need a job. That is what CyberPro is doing. Yes, that's enough for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benjamin. That was insightful, and this reminds me of a forum I attended of security. You know, these are both physical security and cyber security forum. And one of the speakers was talking about a case that, and I want to bring this to you learned students today, so that we understand the importance of learning, or what Mr. Benjamin Mwendo has just said today, the importance of understanding cybersecurity and its litigations and legislations. So this person, he was a HR manager, human resource. I know most of you know what a human resource does, right? They have access to what? To employee records. So what happened is, one of the employees, and this company is very strict on data protection. Before you're employed by this company, they ask you to sign a data protection privacy policy. So what are the expectations of that? Is that your data is secure, whatever you communicate to your colleagues is secure, right? Whatever you do, what you send outside or coming in is secured. So there was an incident. One of the employees was accused of fraud, all right? They were accused of fraud, of laundering money, etc. And the court required evidence. So what happened? It compelled the company to share data. But this employee came and said, and he argued very well in court and said, because what they were asking for is every communication that he has done on email. So he might have communicated maybe and talked about his bosses other than frauding, okay? Maybe he's, enticed a young woman here and there, or created chaos of one thing or another. And all this is private data. But for once, they required all this communication to be submitted in court. Yet, this gentleman signed a privacy policy. I want to ask someone, if you're a prosecutor or you're the CEO of a company, do you think you have rights to access this information? Now, remember also, as human resource manager, your work is to access employee data. So they compelled the human resource manager to extract all communication of this gentleman, put it in writing in a report, every communication, and give it to the CEO or the board. But the HR manager was in a quandrum. What do I do? What would you do? Anyone? Here we are in cybersecurity. We're in data protection. Come on, someone. What would you do? Anyone? This is a question for anyone. If you're a litigator or you're the HR, you're this HR person, what would you do? Yes, ma'am. Please stand. I don't know if there's someone with microphones, or you can speak, we can hear you.
but not the CEO, because of the policy that the guy signed.
Absolutely. Your name, please?
Abigail.
Abigail. Please, let's give a clap to Abigail. As a litigation lawyer, there are limits in what you can access. But also, as an employee of such a company, do you know you have the right to withhold that information? So this is a lot, there's a lot going on in the cybersecurity litigation industry. If you're going to become a lawyer, I don't know how many lawyer prospects are in this auditorium today, or anyone listening online. If you want to get into litigation, look at how cybersecurity laws are going to be employed, because these are some of the complications. And by the way, just for your information, the employee won of not releasing his data, so they had to find another way to implicate him. That is the world of cybersecurity, and it's just starting. It happened here in Kenya. So ladies and gentlemen, without much stories, so that we can proceed with the session, I would like to introduce our next speaker. Oh, this is interesting. Our next speaker is a woman who advocates for women in cybersecurity. This is one of the most important information or space to be in as a woman. And if you're a supporter of women, this is also an opportunity for you to create, or rather to be in a space where women are finding innovations in cybersecurity. This is none other than Ms. Sylvia Mwichuli. Ms. Sylvia Mwichuli is from the Office of the Vice President. She is the Secretary in Gender Partnerships and Advocacy at Executive Office of the President, and also she is an Office of the Women's Rights Advisor. She is a Women's Rights Advisor. I want us, if you're a woman, if you're a man who supports women, please stand on your feet and help me to welcome Ms. Sylvia Mwichuli, Women's Rights Advisor from the Office of the President. Please let us give her that honor as she talks about women in cyber security. Welcome very much, Sylvia. A pleasure to have you.
Thank you. You may be seated. That's okay. First of all, I just want to say how delighted I am to be back at Daystar. I was telling the Dean that I'm a friend of Daystar, but I've been a friend of the Daystar Communications Department, so today I have a new friend. So thank you so much for the invitation. A chance meeting with Benjamin got me here, but I'm so delighted to come and talk to you about a subject that we are very passionate about. As she said, my name is Sylvia Mwichuli. I am the Secretary Gender in the Office of the Women Rights Advisor, the office that advises the President on women rights issues. So we have the ear of the President on matters, women rights, and gender mainstreaming, anything to do with women and girls. So I'm so delighted to be here today. First, I want to say that for the students in the room, you're the luckiest ever. Because growing up, when I was in university, nobody used to talk to us about opportunities and things like this. So you're so lucky to be in a university that is bringing to you the opportunities that are there for you to explore. I want to start by acknowledging the leadership of this university and to thank them for giving us the opportunity to come and speak here. I want to acknowledge the Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Finance, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, Research and Student Affairs, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I also want to really thank the host department, the School of Science, Engineering and Health, and the Dean who has so wonderfully started us off today. I also want to thank the team from CyberPro for giving us this opportunity. Thank you so much. I want to start by telling you a story that really touched my heart, and my first real understanding of how cybersecurity crimes can really impact lives. A few years ago, a close friend of mine woke up to the worst moment of her life. Her ex-boyfriend, who they had broken up like a couple of months ago, posted nude photographs of her. A lot of them, there were more than 24. It wasn't like one photo. He posted all angles, all terrible photos. And she just woke up in the morning and she was receiving phone calls from everybody asking her, what's going on, what's going on, what's going on. And within minutes, because she was a TV personality, I'm not going to tell you the name, she was a TV personality, so everybody knew her. And she was a famous person. So these photos went viral. Within minutes, they were all over the world. Everybody had seen her photos. And she was very depressed. In fact, it took a lot to get her out of that situation and to get her to move forward with life. And that's why I always tell girls in the room, where are the girls? If you're a girl, put your hand up. Never, ever allow anybody to take your nude photograph. Even when you get married, don't allow your husband to take your nude photograph. Because one day, mnaweza kosana, and the guy just decides to put that thing online. My previous job, before my current job, I was the CEO of the Public Relations Society of Kenya. And we are very concerned about reputation. You know, a reputation is what you have. That is your name. They say, I remember Shakespeare had this quote about a name being so sweet. Because it is your name that you carry. And if your name is ruined, yeah, there's nothing else you have. You may have money, but without a good name, you have nothing. So that was my first encounter, and I remember being so shocked. We tried to see how we can get the photos down. You know, it's impossible. Even today, the photos are there. Yeah? Because they say the internet never forgets. And then last year, another friend of mine, imagine at my age, I'm not very young, and I'm not going to tell you my age, I want you to guess. But another friend of mine, who was my classmate in university, meets this guy online on a dating site, gets totally catfished, because this guy claimed to work in the US. He was posting photos of his house in the US and all that, promising to marry her, telling her how he's going to come and work out her visa to go and live in the US forever and ever. You know, that kind of, you know, those of you who have been on dating sites, you know how it works, yeah? So it turns out that this guy now tells her that, oh, his mother is sick and he needs her to send some money to the village because he's having problems sending money, so she sends money. Oh, he's building a house and amekwama kidogo, so can you help me, you know, with X amount. Before she knows it, she has spent millions on this character. And then finally gets to realize that this was never an American guy. It was a guy living in Jericho there, pretending to be an American. And by the time she's discovering that she's been catfished, she has spent millions on the character. So when we talk about cyber crimes, sometimes we look at this as statistics. But they're not statistics, they're about real people losing their fortunes, losing their entire savings. Like I lost some serious money in one of my bank accounts. And you know, the bank, up to today, we've never been able to resolve. You know? So it's about people whose lives are getting damaged through cybersecurity crimes. But I want to say that if you're here and you're a student and who's looking to maybe join that course, by the way, my son is going to join that course. I'm just giving you my first student, your first student. You need to acknowledge that you're very, very blessed. You're very, very blessed. Because here, we're talking about a career that is endless right now. They're saying that the cybersecurity professionals are not even up to 10,000 as we speak right now. And the opportunities that are there just in this country are over 60,000. So it means that we're talking about, if you're looking at where to take your career goal, this is a real opportunity. The second thing is that cybersecurity has so many dimensions, and I know you've talked about it here, so I'm not an expert, but I want to tell you one area that is of great concern to us as government. This is the area of data management. Today, there is no government officer who wants to make decisions without proper data. And the decision-making that we are doing has to be evidence-based. And where do we get evidence? We get evidence from data. So the whole area, I met one student today, I think, who's got an interest in data. I think just take that path seriously. The opportunities there are endless. So I want to say that I just want to start by saying that it is great to be here to talk about women. And I'm so delighted that whoever made the program thought about women, because this is a special group. And let me tell you why we are special. Because we are the ones who rule the world. Can I hear an amen? It was Barack Obama who said that if the world wants to succeed, it has to put more women in leadership. Yeah? In fact, let me quote, because you might be thinking that I'm saying something that Barack Obama did not say. Let me just quote what he said. He said, not to generalize, but women seem to have a better capacity to lead than men do, partly because of their socialization. There's something about women and the way they can multitask. You know, these men, they say they can't chew gum and do something else. I was recently telling a colleague of mine to give me something on his laptop. Then he tells me that I am drinking tea. So I asked, what does that have to do with anything? And then he says, you know, I can't drink tea and attend to the laptop at the same time. And I was so shocked, because I think as a woman, you can do 3, 4 things at the same time. So let's clap for ourselves. Yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, the world today is experiencing growing levels of cybercrime and many challenges that are related to the cyberspace. And thank you, our Dean, for talking about the fact that we need to become warriors in this space. And I want to tell the women here, today I'm going to challenge you to become warriors in this space. Yeah? Primarily because when you look at majority of the cybercrime, it is targeted at women and girls. Most of the time, if it is catfishing, if it is whatever it is, the cybercrime is always targeted at women and girls, 90% of the time. I don't have data, but so that's another challenge. We need data on how women are impacted. For the professors in the room, this is a great opportunity for research, and I'm open to collaborating on such a project. So, one of the things that our advisor is called Harriet Chigai. And one of the things she always says is, if you fix the world of women, you fix the world. Yeah? So, what are the challenges that women, I want to speak about this topic from 2 perspectives. One, relating to the challenges experienced by women. And secondly, I'll be looking at cybersecurity as a career opportunity for women. So what are the challenges that women experience in the world of cybersecurity? And I know you know these things, but I just want to mention them quickly. So we have cyberbullying and cyberstalking, which is very common, and I'm sure a lot of you in this room have experienced some form of cyberbullying. We have online harassment and trolling. I know that some of you have experienced online. It is very, very painful when you experience online harassment and trolling. We have revenge porn and deepfake pornography. In fact, revenge porn is the worst because it's normally related to partners. You break up with a guy, and the next thing he decides he's going to post your photos, or he's going to post your texts. In fact, nowadays, the in thing is to get all the texts the way you are talking to him, and then he posts the thing there. I don't even know what benefit somebody has from doing such a thing. But for me, the most serious one is deepfake pornography, where they actually Photoshop and create an image that is a fake image of you, but put it out as if it is you. Have you seen anything like that? Have you seen anybody who has seen anything like that? And that for me is very painful, because here you are, you're an innocent person, but the world doesn't know it. Because there's something about this kind of information and the way it travels. Everybody sees it within the minutes, kila mtu ameshaona. So calling it back, trying to tell people that that was not really me, nobody can even believe. So that is one of the things that women are really, really encountering. And then for young kids and young ladies, sexual exploitation and grooming, where somebody puts you in a space where you trust them. So they talk to you nicely, until now the point where they strike. And this is very common with young girls. where you hear a young girl has disappeared because she's been talking to somebody online. And by the way, you think this is statistics. My last one is 15 years. I recently checked her phone during this last holiday. And I found somebody had started talking to her. So they don't talk badly. They talk very, oh, how is school? What? How are you doing in maths? What? I can help you with maths. I can, And I asked her, who is this person? She said she met that person when she was playing a game. There are these games they play, and they play with people, different people, yeah? This is one of the people she's been playing the games with online. So obviously the circumstances were severe. The phone was taken away. But for me, it just gave me the reality check that these things we're reading about, they are actually with us. You may be sitting in your house, or some of you young girls here, you've been talking to people, dating people online, and that person is completely fake. Or that person is just grooming you to get you to go to, what is that place where people, that street in Roysambu, what avenue? It's called what, Mirema? Yeah, Mirema Drive. That person is just grooming you to the point where they will tell you, please, now, let us meet at Mirema Drive, and then the next thing we know is we're getting stories about you having been harmed. These things are very serious. And also, I talked about the way digital dating has become dangerous, and there's also phishing and financial crimes. This is very common. A lot of people get phished, and there's financial crime. I had a situation where I gave my phone to my son. I have an older son. Character decides to register me for something called M-Shwari, and then goes on to take a loan from my phone. Yeah? By then I was really shocked, because first when I got the message from M-Shwari, I asked, what is M-Shwari? I didn't know about it. Then they start sending me messages that I owe them money. So I called them and I said, look, me, I've never registered in your app. I don't know about you guys, and I've never taken money. So they tell me that money was taken on this day at this exact time from your phone. They say, check your M-Pesa statement. So I checked my M-Pesa statement, and guess what? And there's only one character who handles my phone apart from me. So I knew who the culprit was. So this is very common. It's more common than we think. So ladies and gentlemen, what I want to say is that in finding solutions to the challenges in cybersecurity, we need to do it with a gender lens. Primarily because, as I said, majority of those who are targeted in these crimes are women and children. Okay? Is there anybody here who has been a victim of the crimes that I have talked about? Put up your hands. If you've been a victim, I've talked about 6 things. Any of those things, put up your hands. I'm funny, online dating and all those things. These students, stop cheating. I have a 25-year-old, so I know. Put up your hand if you've been a victim of any of these crimes. It may not have succeeded, but somebody tried it. Put up your hand. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you for being honest. So I want to just give a few solutions before I look at cybersecurity as a career. The first challenge that we are looking at is gender stereotyping and bias. Yeah? When you look at the whole situation about the challenges that we face, yeah, we notice 3 things. Number 1 is that the fact that a lot of it has to do with culture and even the way we perceive things. A lot has to do with the way the society is wired, and also a lot has to do with the fact that we are living in a society where everybody is looking for a shortcut to get rich or to make it. So the cyberspace has become a space where everybody is trying to make a quick buck and whatever. So in terms of the challenges I talked about, we need to really look at coming up with some policy reforms that can secure the space. And I know you've spoken about this yesterday, so I'm not going to go much into it. But we also need to do a lot of education to ensure that people understand how the risks that they face in this sector. So I want to now focus on the real topic for today, which is the cybersecurity as a potential career for women. As I said earlier, there are so many opportunities in this space. And there are a number of challenges that are deterring women from getting into this space. So I want to talk about those challenges before we look at what solutions we can fashion. The first is, there is a general sort of perception that cybersecurity is a career for men. Just like when you look at the other STEM-related courses like engineering, medicine, and all that, there's that general perception that this career is predominantly a male-oriented career. And the worst thing about it, there's also this perception that the career is boring. Imagine, people tend to think that if you work in cybersecurity, you're going to be working in some basement somewhere or some office without windows and just, for the whole day trying to crack problems. Nothing interesting about the career. You'll never go out and meet people. It is not an exciting career for women. So that tends to deter a lot of women from even thinking about trying out this career. Secondly, there's a lot of gender stereotyping about the career, that if you're a woman, you're not good in math, so you can't get into this career as cybersecurity. There's that impression that this cybersecurity, you must be a guru in maths in order to get into that career. So I want to debunk that myth as well. The other thing is that this career is going to leave you feeling very insecure and very isolated because there are very few women. So you're going to be in a room of 10 men, you the woman alone. You're not going to have other colleagues who are in your same gender. And therefore you feel that this career is going to lead you to being very isolated and to feel very lonely in that space. So there's this perception that this is one of those careers that, I don't know, if you're a person who likes socialization, who likes hanging out with your girlfriends, you feel that this career is not the one for you. And then that this career, because of its nature, is one of those careers where you'll have very long hours. Long hours, like trying to solve something, you're going to be there working 24 hours, eating, fast food. You will not, it's not a career that is very, that lends you towards a work-life balance. And if you're thinking as your future as a mother, as a, a nurturer of your family, you look at this career and you're like, no, this career is not for me. So those are some of the challenges. In addition, there's also the fact that even from a recruitment side, a lot of HR people and recruiters also have certain biases. They're also looking at gender stereotypes. And when they look at, if you come into the room, you and a guy, they're likely to look at the guy as a better option because they know a guy can work long hours. There's these gender stereotypes about women that are still very prevalent and make it difficult for women to get into these careers. That's another myth we want to debunk. The fact that you're a woman doesn't mean you cannot work as hard and even better than a man. So these are some of the challenges. When you go for recruitment opportunities, you tend to see more men being recruited, primarily because people have it at the back of their mind that, this career it requires, muscle power, mental power and whatever, which people tend to think a man would have more of, which is so far from the truth. There's issue of turnover. There's also a feeling among recruiters that when you hire women for these roles, the turnover is very high. They keep moving from job to job and all that. So these are some of the things. Now we're talking about the realities. What is it that is making women find it difficult to grow in this career? And then finally, there are barriers that are related to career advancement and promotion. So if you look at the leadership of most ICT, if you look at now in the ICT space, if you look at the leadership, you'll find most of the time the departments are being led by men. And this has to do with, even how you started off. Just these stereotypes that I'm talking about, they tend to influence the career advancement opportunities. Even the training opportunities, if there are training opportunities and there's a man and a woman, who will the manager determine will get the training opportunity? Yeah? So those are the things that we have to deal with if we want to really make more women get into this career and also more women to grow in the career. We also have educational barriers. And educational barriers, again, have to do with what I talked about, where you're looking at STEM-related courses and very few women. But the most critical thing is the lack of financial resources. You know that even today in this country, when parents are faced with a cash crunch and there's a male and a female, even today, the decision is always favoring the male. Yeah? And there's research to demonstrate that. And then, so this leads to limited access to training opportunities, limited access to build certain skills, and limited access to grow in the career. I'm just saying that this is the background that makes it difficult for us to see many women in this space. And then one critical thing is the lack of role models. And I want to acknowledge that there are women who have taken up jobs in cybersecurity and are doing very well, but they are few and far between. Yeah? They are few and far between. And I'm telling you, role models, telling stories of role models really makes a difference. When you see a real woman who works in that sector, yeah, like my dear colleague, it feels nice because you actually get to see, oh, we can do it. And this being one of those technical sectors, we need more role models to be able to be out there talking to the young girls especially, and enabling them to realize that getting into this profession is actually doable. So what can be done to address these challenges? I just want to share 5 or 6 things that if they are done, they can unlock opportunities for women. Because I'm here to tell you that as women, this is a career growth opportunity. Remember, I told you that the professionals in this sector are very few, and there's a huge space and latitude for jobs in this sector. So what we are doing as the Women Rights Advisors Office, one of the things we are doing is looking at sectors that have growth opportunities for women. For example, in construction, we discovered that the women in construction are only 3%. Only 3% of people in construction are women. In this cybersecurity, we are looking at only 20% of the people working in cybersecurity are women. So we want to really push and drive for more women to pick up this career because we feel like it is a growth opportunity for you. And that's why I'm so glad that you're here today to understand that if you're looking for a pathway in terms of your career, if you're studying computer science or you're studying whatever, this is the perfect career opportunity for you to think about. There's no point of going into hardware, those things of hardware where 1 million people, every Tom, Dick, and Harry can do that. This is an opportunity that if you are serious about it and you do the right course, pick up the course that has been suggested, and just focus, you can actually make it very big. So what are the things that we can do, the interventions that can be done? The first one, we need to establish more STEM-related support institutions. I know there are a few institutions that are already doing work on STEM with girls, but we need more institutions going out there. And even as a university, Daystar, you need to be thinking about how you impact that level. Because you can only build a house from the ground up. If the girls are not having the right courses, the right skill sets, the ability to solve problems, trying to get them into cybersecurity at a later stage will not work. So we have to work with the high schools and see how we can build up capacity in that area. Yeah? So we need more initiatives, and I just want to acknowledge there are certain very good initiatives that are there that, for example, there's Jitume and there's Cyber Shuja. I think I read about Cyber Shuja online. So those are initiatives that are already working. We need to build them up. We need to come up with new initiatives that are looking at impacting at that level. We also need to make more investments. Just let me be very clear. We need to make more investments in professional mentorship programs. The first question I asked when I got here is whether there is a Women in Cybersecurity network or a Women in Cybersecurity association. I want to tell you that the only way we are going to drive numbers in cybersecurity as a career is for the women working in ICT and cybersecurity to stand up and be counted. This is an area I am telling you The men are not going to open doors for us. Don't think they're going to sit there and say, oh, welcome, welcome, ladies. We want more ladies in this career. Yeah? The push is going to come from the women working in this sector. And I want to say that the best practice is the women in engineering. The women in engineering have set up their association. They are part of the engineering board, but they have set up an association that is actually working towards increasing the numbers of women entering the engineering career. So I want to challenge. My first challenge is to the women in this room, to the dean, to set up a network or an association of women in cybersecurity. And this association's main task will be to mentor in a strategic way, set clear goals, what you want to achieve. Look at the numbers. We're saying this is a huge career growth opportunity. Yeah? So can you set goals for yourself and say that within the next 5 years, we want to have X number of women? At least let's get to 50%. Let's set a goal of 50% in the next 5 years and then set up strategies to get you there. And I want you to tell you this. This is not going to happen without sacrifice, without dedication, without people coming out and saying we're going to drive this agenda to ensure that there are more women in cybersecurity in the next 5 years. It's not going to happen. If it does not happen, and I want to hope that this will be an outcome of this conference, as the rapporteur, please make sure you note that we are recommending that you establish this association, and this association should drive the work. And as the government, we are willing to work with you to make sure that these numbers go up. All right? So that's my first challenge. The second challenge is that it relates to education and sending out the message that there's not only one pathway to a career in cybersecurity. So you don't always have to be a maths guru to get into a career in cybersecurity. That there are many pathways. Let people understand that even if you are a communication student, that you can actually get into a career in cybersecurity. If you're a lawyer, that the opportunity is there for you as a lawyer to get into a career in cybersecurity. In fact, I want to tell you that in Microsoft, the leader of the legal department that deals with cybersecurity is actually a lawyer who was practicing and had the interest, went for the right training, and is now an expert in cybersecurity. What am I saying? That we need to debunk the myth that in order to get in cybersecurity, you just have to be a computer science student or have a computer science background. There are many pathways that we can use to get into this career. And for women, it is very important that they understand this message. That even if you're not a computer science student, you can still, and that's why when I asked about the course that is being offered at the course that is coming, the one the dean talked about, one of the things that excited me is that the course is not open just to computer science students. That it's multidisciplinary. You can come in even if you're a communication student. You can come in even if you're whatever you're doing, you can get into the course. So the message I'm sending, especially to the young ladies, is please note that you have opportunities to get into this career even if you're doing a different course. All right? And this message needs to be sent to everybody, because the minute people hear cybersecurity, they're like, that is not for me. Mimi na maths tulikuwa. And that is me. Me and maths were not very good friends. So, that idea that you cannot get into this career, that myth needs to be debunked. And I hope that the dean, you guys are going to really put out that message that course is for everybody. Yeah, I'm excited about that course. The other thing has to do with workplace policies. We need to work with HR managers and HR directors to establish progressive workplace policies that can be designed with a gender lens, so that women can feel that even if they join this course, they're not going to be forced not to have families, they're not going to be forced not to have husbands because they're working in this area of cybersecurity. As I said, there's this misnomer that this is a career for men, and that it is a course that where people work very long hours, and as a woman, it is not suitable for you. So this is an area that we need to work with HR managers so that we can encourage more women, looking even at their workplace recruitment policies to make sure that they do not put women at a disadvantage because of the gender stereotypes that they have. As I said before, this is a big area, and I think as the government, it's an area that would be willing to work together with the team to sort out. We also need to really work on strong education programs. And these education programs should be tailor-made to ensuring that there is more information about cybersecurity as a career opportunity and how people can get in. I want to tell you that, speaking as a non-techie, when I hear the word cybersecurity, immediately my head closes. I don't hear the next sentence because I have this impression that this is not for me. Me seem to a science, me seem to a math. So there's need for a strong education program to be able to debunk that myth. I also think that it is important that we have a very intentional approach towards storytelling and communication about cybersecurity. This is something that people don't understand. This is one career path that people don't understand, and we need to pick up role models who are working in this area and start telling their stories, and also demonstrating the impact of the profession to the world. I want to tell you this is one of those misunderstood or little understood, let me use little understood career paths. So we need to take a storytelling approach where we are able to tell people, even as you sell the course and as you talk more about opportunities to do these courses, these technical related and science related courses, without me understanding, if I'm a cybersecurity expert, what is the difference that I make to the world? What is the impact that I bring to the world? And how will this career be beneficial to my community, my society, my family, and even me as an individual? How much money am I going to make? Because that's what students want to know. Immediately you talk about any career, bottom line they want to know is that if I go into this career, is there a likelihood that I'm going to have a good life going forward? So I think that is an area, Dean, that you guys need to look at. How do you tell stories about this career in a way that makes it endearing to people? You know the way people know that if you're a doctor, you only need to suffer until you do your master's. After you do your master's, there's a certain life waiting for you after that. If you're a lawyer, there's a certain way that, life can open up, yeah? In fact, I am so amused about this whole thing because yesterday my nephew who I brought up, he's a lawyer. And he's been practicing for quite some time. So yesterday, he called me and said, "Hey, Auntie, I have something to tell you." I'm like, "What is it?" He's like, "Guess what? I have just bought a Maybach." Now, who in this building knows what a Maybach is? I'm sure this front row might not know. Yeah? Do you guys know? How much is that car? How much? Around 20 million. Imagine a kid I picked up from Umoja Huko, yeah, and took to school. So and I want to tell you that this career called cybersecurity is much better than even being a lawyer or being a doctor. Because the opportunities are global. The opportunities are global, and this is the future. So I want you to take this as a very serious opportunity for the students in the room. Understanding that this is a career that is going to take you places. A career that is going to open doors for you. And that you're going to go to places that even your parents never dreamed of through this career. So I want to encourage you to encourage the facilitators to think about how you sell this story in a way that makes this career endearing for the younger community. Then we also need to establish very strong networking opportunities, especially for the women in this sector. As I said, the women in this sector are very few, so you feel very lonely, you feel very isolated. So it's very critical to set up opportunities for them to meet, to encourage each other, to celebrate each other, and also to talk about career opportunities and how they can move forward. I want to say that without the women supporting each other, setting up a supportive system, we're going to have this same conversation in 5 years, that there are still very few women in the career. And what I'd like to see is the numbers of women in this career grow significantly. I also want to say that we need to really invest in life skills training and self-esteem programs for the women. Because it's one thing to go to school and get the qualification, but it's another to have the skill sets to be able to grow in your career. We want to see women in this sector in the C-suite. We want to see these women in this sector in boards and other top-level governance systems. However, it's not going to happen without a support system. I'm really making a case for establishing that association, Dean. Because we need a support system that will, first of all, advocate for more women in the C-suite. The engineers are doing it. The lawyers did it. That's why they are where they are today. Yeah? So we have to go out and say we want to see more women as ICT managers. We want to see more women, in boards that have an ICT background. Yeah? We want to see more women shining and leading teams that are dealing with cybersecurity and other ICT-related programs. So I'm just trying to say that I may be belaboring this point, but I think it is the only pathway to ensuring that we achieve success. I'm always a believer that if you're not intentional, whatever you're talking about will just be talk, and in the next 5 years, we'll still be here talking about this. So I hope that today is going to be a turning point, and that by the time you leave this conference, the decision will have been made to actually establish that structure, whatever you'll call it. But it's going to be a support system for women in this sector that will be following up to ensure that the women are not getting lost in between. A lot of our women professionals, when they get to mid-level management, that's where they rest, because now they're raising children, they're raising families, and they decide, wachana na mambo bwana, wacha mimi nifanye what I can do and continue with my life. So this support system will ensure that women are getting to the C-suite, that women are getting to the top. I want us also to think about how we can strengthen partnerships with government, how we can strengthen partnership with private sector in order to make this dream that I'm talking about happen. Imagine a situation where 50% of the leadership in ICT-related programs are women. That is the world we want to see. And then we cross that barrier, ukombele. But right now we're talking about, we are at 20%. So we have a lot of climbing to do. So through partnerships with government and partnerships with private sector, we can make this dream happen. Finally, I want to say that for change to come and for us to see more women in cybersecurity and in ICT in general, we need all hands on deck. So I want to call upon, if you're a man, Ebu, please stand up. If you're a man and you're here, stand up. I'm sure there's no gender confusion here. Yeah? Can you see the men? Ladies, can we clap for them? Because I'm saying in advance that what we are seeking is their commitment. We're seeking their commitment to make this dream happen. There's no way women are going to get into the C-suite if the men don't open the door. Primarily because at the moment, you're the ones who hold the power. Yeah? If I ask all of you, if you're working in an institution and you tell me within your leadership how many women are there, I'm sure at the very most, it's one like this. And usually it's the HR manager. Am I lying? So we want to count on you, and I want to see your commitment that you'll be able to help the women get into this career, encourage your daughters, encourage your friends, encourage everybody. Tell them there's a great opportunity in cybersecurity. So that's the first commitment I want. The second commitment is that if you're a man holding the power, you're going to open doors for women. So I want to ask, if you commit to these two things, please put up your hand. Thank you. Can we clap for them? Thank you very much. You may have your seats. Because everywhere we go, one thing our office always says that you can never have progress unless both sides of gender are willing to come on board. So we're looking for he for she champions. We call them he for she champions who are willing to say that, yes, from today forward, I'm going to encourage women to get into this career. Remember what you said, that we do not have to be computer science graduates in order to get a career to get into the career of cybersecurity. That this is a career that is nonlinear, and you can get in through various pathways. Haven't we agreed that? So please, we are counting on you as men, that we want all hands on deck. Women alone cannot make this change. So we need you as men to also come on board. I want to say that if we do all these things that I have proposed, we pursue having a strong education agenda, we establish an association that is going to help to bring it all together, that we work on telling the stories of women who have made it in this sector and demonstrating to young girls that this is a can-do opportunity. It is not an opportunity for boys alone. It is a can-do opportunity for girls. And also, if we look at how we work on our job-related policies and our recruitment policies, and look at policies that have a gender lens and that are encouraging women to get into this sector, you're even thinking about having some affirmative action within organizations so that more women can be brought in, I think we'll be able to achieve this. So I want to ask all of us to embrace a shared commitment to make cybersecurity more accessible to all, especially girls and women. I also want to tell you that I want us to join hands to ensure that women are no longer underrepresented in the cybersecurity workforce. Let us collectively commit to driving this agenda and ensuring that we're bringing in more young women professionals into the sector. We are part of a generation that has an opportunity to make a difference. And I want to ask each one of you to commit to ensuring that, given this amazing opportunity to drive the female gender to go hand in hand with the male gender in this very important sector, I just want to conclude by saying, let us not miss this opportunity. Thank you.
Please let's give another clap for Miss Sylvia Muchuli. That was such an amazing session, and just to honor her, men leo hamna bahati. I want you to just to continue what she just did right now. I want you to just stand and greet the woman next to you and tell them one thing: I am proud of you. And don't go to your girlfriends, please. Please let us honor the women today. Tell them, I am proud of you. Go across, look behind. Please let us do that. Call them by name. This is your chance for that person you've been eyeing. Know their name and tell them, I am proud of you. In whatever it is that these women here are lonely, and I can see men on this line. Come on, reach out to them. Share your name. Let them call you by their first name. Tell them, I am proud of you. Men, don't let me down. I have a son, and I'll go back and face him and tell him I'm proud of men. Please show me that pride. Thank you very much. Thank you. I know some of you are giving that smile. Please, let's do this after this session. Sylvia, you have spoken for 1,000 of us. 100,000 of us, millions of us, not only in Kenya, globally. And I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Most of us face the imposter syndrome. I don't know how many know about the imposter syndrome. Academicians, how many know about the imposter syndrome? Another free course in AI. In fact, this time I'll give you a free course in AI. Yes, ma'am. What's the imposter syndrome? Please, let's clap for her. Perfectly explained. The imposter syndrome is nothing to do with confidence. It's when you're offered a position, a space that you don't believe you should be in. You second guess yourself. And out of every 10 human beings, 8 are women who face imposter syndrome. That's a very high number as women. So the fact that you told that person today, you told that lady, that woman, you're proud of them, that solves at least 10% of it. So please clap for yourselves. Thank you. Thank you for that. And another thing that I got is demystifying cybersecurity. Not only a career that belongs to men, but as women. And I'm standing here as a mother of a son and a daughter as well. We are not taking back men, but we are supporting our men as well in this space. And why are we supporting? Because the future belongs to both men and women. And the men will not be able to work alone, I promise you. And just to prove that in AI, the field that I know, what color is an AI image? If you don't mind me asking. Bring out a color. Yes? What color is an AI image that you see online, the buzzes of AI that we get? So very clever man. Let's talk about when you open and question, the Google or any imagery about AI. What's the color of an AI image? Sorry? White. You're very clear. I can see where you're going, but that is not what I'm asking for. How many see blue most of the times? Blue or black? Not because there's anything wrong with those colors, but those are strong colors. Those are gender-inclined colors, and this is just my opinion. But with more women in AI, we are based to demystify that and make sure that the gender, the colors, the representation of an AI robot is generally represented. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, a short story about me and demystifying AI. As Daystar, if you go through my Daystar records today, I learned actually I have a BSc in financial management. I did finance and accounting at Daystar University. And I also did an MBA in marketing, and I did an MBA in strategic management. No AI computer science in it, nothing. But when I left the institution and I worked in different institutions, I'm a very avid reader of books. I came across a book called Future Technologies by Alec Ross, and I came across AI. Everything stopped. Everything. I didn't know what other technologies were in that book. When I understood artificial intelligence from a non-technical perspective, I went ahead and enrolled at the University of Pennsylvania and learned AI for businesses and the world. And I asked myself, why should people not understand? This is 2019. Why should people not understand in Kenya and Africa? Because I looked for AI courses from a non-technical perspective, I could not find. And I asked myself, why don't we understand AI and its applications? And that is why, since then, I made a decision to educate myself in every aspect of AI, both technically and generally on its applications for Africa. And I've made it my business as a woman, not only to educate women, but also men, on how the future of AI will impact us career-wise, education-wise, as mothers, as fathers, as career people. And this is the reason Tech Mindset Africa was born, to educate Africa in AI. So don't doubt yourself. Don't doubt yourself whether you have an AI background, engineering background, technical background. Don't do that. I am an example, and I hope you'll be. I am open to mentorship, and I'm sure Sylvia and the government are open to support you. These are the opportunities, and this is the reason Daystar created this conference. Not to listen to only about cybersecurity, but also to get opportunities to be part of it for your future. How many people say amen to that? Amen? Thank you. All right, thank you very much. I have a small announcement to make before we move on to the next session, which will be virtual. There will be a photo shoot outside once again. I am meant to understand yesterday there was a photo shoot for our speakers yesterday. Today we have different speakers. So please get the opportunity and align yourselves outside before the tea break session, just outside the auditorium. Let us take a photo together. I hope I've made justice to that announcement. Thank you. Next in line is Professor George Kimathi. Professor George Kimathi is the Deputy Vice Chancellor and Research at Catholic University of East Africa. He will be making a presentation virtually on cybersecurity. And also he's going to brief us. Is he ready? Thank you. Professor George Kimathi, please let us put our hands together for the professor as he comes online to talk about cybersecurity and AI's impact in cybersecurity. Over to you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. And could you please confirm if you can hear me?
We can hear you, Professor. Can you hear?
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm hearing you. Yes, thank you. And I would like to first present something.
Come again. Please come again.
Okay. I'm waiting for rights to present.
Just click
Rights
on
to share.
click on share.
It doesn't come yet. Maybe you can try making me a presenter.
Yes, we can hear you, sir. You have been shared rights to present. Kindly confirm.
All right, all right. Okay. Thank you very much, and I would want to welcome you to this meeting. My name is George Kimathi from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and today I'll be making a brief presentation on examining AI's impact on academic integrity, student learning, and inclusivity, and finally look at whether there is a consensus or this is bringing consensus or whether it is bringing controversy. usually exhibit some form of intelligence, and of course they achieve this by use of advanced algorithms and machine learning techniques. We may think that artificial intelligence is a new concept, but apparently it is not, because 100 years ago, we had the imagination of artificial intelligence through the production of a film that was called Metropolis, and this featured some artificially intelligent robots. That was about 100 years ago. Later, in 1943, we had some people that introduced this idea that logical functions could be completed through networks of artificial neurons. Now, artificial neurons are algorithms that mimic the processes that go on in the human brain. So this was conceptualized in 1943. And the very first time that the word artificial intelligence was used was in 1956 by one professor at Dartmouth College during a certain workshop. So 1956 is quite a long time ago, given that most of us are coming to hear these words now. And in 1966, we had the first chatbot that resembled what you now know as ChatGPT. This time it was called Elisa, and it could communicate via text. That was before majority of us in this room were born. In 1980, we had a system, an AI system that was credited by making profit for a certain company that was for the Digital Equipment Corporation. This system was called XCoin. And it is at this point that people became largely aware that indeed artificial intelligence can make some profit in businesses, and started taking note of it and started pumping billions of dollars into its development. In 1998, of course, we began seeing development of using data to train AI systems instead of using rules that were previously the norm when we were discussing, when we were using AI systems. Now, previously, you write a rule that the system is going to follow. Just like today, we have the switches that turn lights on when it is dark and turn them off when it is daylight. So those are rules. Now, from this year 1988, we began seeing systems that use the data to learn, so that now they can make decisions based on that data. In 1991, the World Wide Web was created, and I'm sure you all know the impact. So this made huge amounts of data available that then were used to train AI models and help to move forward the concept of artificial intelligence. In 1997, we had a system that defeated one of the world's chess champions, and this system was IBM's supercomputer. And of course, for those of us who are around that time, you remember that this was indeed a very, very big news. So this was a win for AI, and it allowed the general population to understand the rapid development and evolution of computers. And a few years ago, we had a competition of vehicles that did not have drivers. Prior to this year, of course, most of us had never heard of vehicles that were driving themselves. And in 2009, the race towards development of self-driving cars. In 2011, we had another computer win a certain game, which is known as Jeopardy. It's a complicated one. Most of us may not have heard. But this system that was called Watson had competed in a language-based method-thinking game, and it ended up being the overall winner, and it won $1 million in prize. I am not sure where that prize to. Then the following year, we had AI start to recognize pictures of cats. This may appear as a small achievement, but it is quite a big achievement because prior to this, we had systems that probably just recognize a text. And then in 2015, we had a certain system that was known as ImageNet that outperformed humans when recognizing and describing a library of 1,000 images. And for these types of systems, between 2010 and 2015, the accuracy of these algorithms increased from 71.8 up to 97.3. This is a very high accuracy rate, given that that of humans is below this level by quite far. Then in 2016, we had another challenge for another game that the artificial intelligence won, or computer systems won. Then in 2018, we had the first public use of self-driving taxis that was tested in Phoenix, Arizona. And within the first few hours, 400 individuals had paid to be driven by these driverless cars to work and school. And so the milestones have been quite many. Then the milestone that shook us basically is the introduction of ChatGPT. This is what touched raw nerves in academia. It is what probably has made the academic community to start running all over the place, trying to figure out how to respond to this particular development. And this release, of course, in 2024, just a few weeks ago, we have ChatGPT 4.0 that was released, and I think most of us may not be aware of this yet, but this particular version is able to detect moods of the person it is communicating with and adjust the responses appropriately based on the mood of that person that is dealing with. It is estimated, or it is being argued, that this system is probably going to help some humans that are maybe depressed because it can detect the depression and respond appropriately. So in a nutshell, whereas AI is not new, it has been, at least in one form or another, whether an idea or actual development, in existence for over 100 years. And then, of course, we do have some certain levels of artificial intelligence, and we do have about 4 levels. And the first level is these are the systems that are referred to as reactive machines, and these are machines without memory, and they respond to situations in real time, but they don't rely on previous data. So they look at the current situation and react or give information based on what is there currently. And these examples I gave of machines winning against humans in certain games belong to this level of AI. Then we have the next level, where we have artificial intelligence systems that have some kind of memory, and these are able to use the current situation, or to learn the current situation and react, but also they are able to use some form of previous experiences to inform current decisions. And the most one we can probably identify with is the driverless cars. The decision that they make depends on the experiences they had, and also this video, a very brief one. Let me see. Just 1 minute. Okay, so this was the press conference, and I am sure you can see some of the participants in this press conference and how excited or worried they were by the responses given by these robots.
We are unable to hear the sound.
Okay, so that was basically to demonstrate the capabilities or the status of artificial intelligence where we are currently and how advanced these systems have come. And so we can move on to the next level of artificial intelligence where we are expecting to be going. And this is the fourth level where AI systems are going to be having a sense of self, which gives them consciousness. So we are anticipating that in the not too distant future, we are going to be having machines that are self-aware, machines that are probably going to be afraid of dying, and they're dying in this case probably means losing power, that know when they start losing power, they can actively look for where to charge themselves, machines that communicate with themselves, machines that probably can retrieve themselves. And for this level, we are not yet there, but the development of the speed at which we are developing these systems makes us believe that we are not very far from that stage. So now that we are in the third level, and it is the level that has rattled the academicians, what concerns us most is what we refer to as generative AI, and this is just a subclass of artificial intelligence models that can generate new data and original content, and this data includes text, images, audio, or even code. And academicians are merely trying to catch up with the development in artificial intelligence. So these systems, that is generative artificial intelligence, is able to create new content from scratch instead of just classifying or reorganizing or analyzing existing data. They are able to learn representations of the training data, and this allows them to generate new content that addresses or that adheres to the patterns and the structures that are present in the original data. And these systems can produce a wide variety of unique and creative outputs going beyond simple rearrangement or interpolation of the training data. In addition, these systems, and this is what is worrying us most, and probably the reason why this topic was selected, is because of this particular situation here, where the models can generate content conditioned on specific inputs or prompts. This allows for more controlled and targeted content creation. And for this one, this is the class where language models like GPT-3 belong. And this, of course, I'm sure in this room we are all familiar with ChatGPT. So we also do have systems that can create realistic images, like the image on your screen was created purely using generative artificial intelligence. So it is not photoshopped. It is you just give a prompt to this system and it generates for you a picture of whatever it is that you want. Of course, we have another version of the same. These are known as diffusion models that generate high quality images from textual descriptions. And again, that picture on your screen was generated using artificial intelligence. We also have other systems that can write for you poetry. They can generate music, actual music with the instruments, and they can perform creative tasks like art and media production, practical applications like content creation, code generation, and scientific discovery. So we expect that as this field continues to advance, the capabilities of this type of artificial intelligence is expected to grow, potentially transforming various industries and domains. So the generative artificial intelligence is what has affected us or has concerned us as academicians. And clearly, you can see that artificial intelligence is becoming more and more intelligent. Now that artificial intelligence can do what academic institutions are supposed to be doing, does that mean we should close down and leave the society to learn from artificial intelligence? Actually, probably it is doing a better job than some of us are doing. And that's probably is the key question. And to be able to maybe understand this question or get a feel of what should happen, I want to take you back to 1988 when we had a group of teachers who were demonstrating against the use of calculators in schools. It may not have been very publicized then, in 1988, but it was a real fear for mathematics lecturers because they were used to teaching mathematics in one way: actual calculation, actual additions, actual multiplications, using tables of logarithms to look up logarithmic values and the others. So when the calculator was introduced and there was debate on whether to allow it in schools or not, the mathematics teachers felt very aggrieved that they held demonstrations to protest against the use of calculators in schools. We all know what happened, that this demonstration did not go very far and the calculators are in our classes. Then we can fast forward to last year. When ChatGPT was introduced, you can see that we had another group of people that were demonstrating against its use because they felt threatened that their jobs are at stake. These are Writers Guild, or people who write scripts for films, and they realized that ChatGPT can perform a better job at writing than they actually could. And so they imagined that ChatGPT is coming to take up their jobs. So that is the situation. And of course, for the lecturers who are in this room or the trainers who are in this room, AI can train people. And whether we should go or not, well, going home is not going to be dictated by artificial intelligence. But one thing we are guessing, or at least according to this person known as Karim Rahkan, is a professor at Harvard Business School. He has argued that artificial intelligence is not going to replace humans, but humans with artificial intelligence are going to replace humans without artificial intelligence. The previous speaker has spoken quite passionately about these kinds of trainings. She has also donated a student. And if you have children or you are a person in this room, you need to start getting skills in artificial intelligence. Otherwise, if you don't, then humans with that kind of skill are going to replace you in the not too distant future. So in terms of academic integrity, we do have some fairly important concerns, because we are used to giving our students assignments to go and carry out research. The questions we give them, if they give them to ChatGPT, they are going to get better answers, cleaner answers, more organized answers, and the others. So the issue is, is this a problem? Is it a challenge to us? So that's a point of concern, because the potential for cheating and plagiarism is quite high. So the generative artificial models, artificial intelligence models, can be used to produce human-like text. They can produce code and other academic content. In fact, we do have models or AI models that can write for you an entire PhD thesis, a very accurate one, very up to date. So issue is, what should we do with these kinds of systems? So if we have students that are doing this, of course, it would constitute academic dishonesty and plagiarism. Problem is that these systems, or this the use of AI, is quite difficult for anyone to detect. So many academic plagiarism detection tools are not yet sophisticated enough to reliably identify content that is generated by advanced language models. So this makes it very challenging for instructors to detect and prevent the misuse of generative artificial intelligence. I can bet that for those of us who are lecturers in this room, you have marked an essay or a project or something that has been generated by artificial intelligence. That one, I am pretty sure. Now, these kinds of systems are also thought to undermine authentic learning for the students if they rely too heavily on these kinds of systems to complete their work. So we have students who are likely to be short of critical important skills like critical thinking, research, and original writing. Of course, the controversial question is, if AI can do it, why do we need our students to have it? Of course, it's not all doom and gloom. If we have responsible use of artificial intelligence, it can have very important academic applications that are positive, such as assisting with research, ideation, and content creation, when it is used responsibly and transparently. So the key in this section for academic integrity is to develop guidelines and policies that encourage the ethical and appropriate use of these technologies. Currently, as of 2024, the challenge that most of us are facing, those of us who are teachers or policymakers, is that the process, or the process of developing policies and best practices around the use of generative AI in academic settings is still evolving. I am not sure whether we have many institutions that have come up with policies that govern the use of AI. And remember, if you can't beat them, just join them. AI, we cannot beat it. It is here. So we need to come up with policies that can assist in ensuring that we take advantage of it. Overall, we have the rise of generative artificial intelligence presents both challenges and opportunities for academia, and we need proactive approaches that balance the responsible use of these technologies with the preservation of academic integrity. This will be essential as these models continue to advance and become more accessible. So we can suggest some policy issues that can mitigate the academic or that can maintain the academic integrity for our institutions. And the most important one is just training. So we train both students and our teachers on effectively using and integrating generative artificial intelligence technologies into teaching and learning processes. These outcomes or these suggestions came from a large study that was carried out by by Chan and already published in a paper that is called a Comprehensive AI Policy Education Framework for University Teaching and Learning. You can actually pull it. There are some fairly nice suggestions on what should go to a policy on using AI in universities. Of course, another thing that you can do or include in the policy is ethical use and risk management, so that we have guidelines for ethical use and risk management associated with generative AI technologies. We also need to come up with policies that incorporate artificial intelligence without replacing humans, so that these tools and technologies are merely used as supplementary tools to assist teachers and the students rather than replacements for human interaction. So we also need to continue enhancing heuristic competencies by encouraging the use of artificial intelligence technologies to enhance specific skills such as digital competencies and time management, while ensuring that students continue to develop vital transferable skills. And then the next issue that we need to do is to encourage the fostering of a transparent artificial intelligence environment where students and the teachers can openly discuss the benefits and the concerns associated with using artificial intelligence technologies in higher education. And another thing that you can do, and I think this one has been mentioned over and over in this meeting, is issue of security and data privacy, because probably at university level we do have a lot of generation of data, and its privacy therefore and the security is going to be key. So when we are developing policies, we need to be aware that this should form part of the policy. And going forward, we have artificial intelligence that has quite a bit of impact on students' learning. And of course, as I speak now, I am in front of you, but I think I'm about 500 kilometers away. So in some universities or some institutions, we have actual robots that are in classrooms teaching, as we discussed. So this is taking place. And we also have systems that can enhance student learning experiences by showing them things that humans may not be able to show to the students, either because they are not possible, or they are not accessible, or they are not remembered during the designing of the lesson, or things like those. So these artificial intelligence systems can greatly enhance student learning experiences. And again, I would want to declare that the images that are being used here are all purely generated by artificial intelligence. So we have also these systems that can personalize education so that they can take an individual learner, determine their strengths and weaknesses, and therefore tailor-make solutions that personalize their teaching to this particular individual. So these systems are already in place. And for the teachers, of course, we have tools that equip teachers with powerful resources that meet the diverse needs of their students. So if you incorporate artificial intelligence as a teacher or a lecturer, then you will end up performing better than people who are not incorporating such tools in their teaching. Now, one of the greatest achievements for AI systems is automating time-consuming administrative tasks. And this is for both teachers and managers. And this frees up time for teachers to focus on the more natural aspects of education that cannot be replicated by machines. So if you hand over some of the tasks that you do to artificial intelligence, then you are going to be having a little bit more time on your hands to do those things that machines cannot do. So there is there's something for everyone in artificial intelligence. And we do anticipate that artificial intelligence technology is going to empower teachers, and they are going to be collaborators. That is, artificial intelligence and teachers are going to be collaborators instead of artificial intelligence coming to replace them. Because with artificially generated insights on student performance, teachers can develop timely interventions, they can refine their instructional strategies, they can create personalized lesson plans, they can adapt to teaching methods in real time, among other things. So it is in our best interest to adopt these tools so that they benefit both us and our students. And the key thing here is that AI systems are likely to be more beneficial where inclusivity is involved. So AI is likely to revolutionize our education by enhancing efficiency, inclusivity, and responsiveness. And the part of inclusivity also, we have these systems that cater to the needs of all learners, irrespective of their abilities, backgrounds, or disabilities. So the integration of AI technologies holds promise for creating adaptive and personalized learning environments, fostering accessibility, and addressing individual learning styles. And we may not necessarily need to be very worried, because probably inclusivity also has an issue to do with economic ability. Some people might be able to access better AI tools than others, but at least all of us, in one way or another, are going to be able to enjoy some of the benefits of artificial intelligence. And of course, the question therefore is whether these systems or these AI tools create consensus or controversy. And it depends on how you look at them. If you come to a river that was not there yesterday and it is crossing your path, you can decide that it is blocking your path and stay where you are, or you can take it as an opportunity to jump that river and make or do some physical exercises. But one thing we are all agreeing on is that artificial intelligence is here to stay, whether controversial or not. So that is the consensus. So now, we do have some opportunities that we can grab from this artificial intelligence, AI tools. We already saw that AI in itself is not going to replace humans, but humans with the AI are going to replace humans without AI. And right there lies one of the biggest opportunities that institutions have. And this is creating training courses that introduce AI to the masses. And I'm glad to hear that already Daystar University has taken a lead in this, because you have already started creating courses that are going to address this very, very huge need. And some of the courses would probably be data privacy, for lawyers, ethics for theologians, cybersecurity for everyone, development of AI for the computer scientists, management of artificial intelligence systems for the people in business, generation of AI training data for everyone, etc., etc., etc. In other words, there are a lot of opportunities that are presented to us by these artificial intelligence tools. Remember, for us in academia, we probably are using just a very small portion of artificial intelligence. That is just the generative AI. The AI itself is very, very, very wide. But of course, naturally, we tend to focus on what is likely to affect us more. But I think for us as students, as teachers, as managers, we can take advantage of this field that has just opened in front of our own eyes to satisfy a need that is evolving very, very fast. And I think that would form the end of my presentation.
That's all. Thank you. I've never held two microphones in one. I see this a lot on TV. Does it make my sound louder? I just wanted to have fun. Thank you so much, Professor George Kimathi. If you can hear me, we truly appreciate you. That was AI 101. Actually, there's some things, as much as I've learned about AI, what you educated us on was tremendously wide and very impactful. And most of it was fun. For example, the robots who won, how much was it? $2 million, $3 million, $5 million? What did they do with it? Ilienda wapi? Commission of Inquiry. And just for my apologies for the earlier miscommunication, his title was AI's Impact on Academic Integrity, Student Learning, and Inclusivity. And talking about integrity, this is interesting, and maybe Professor George has touched on it a little bit, is this. My daughter, who is 7 years old, just last week showed me an application embedded on AI that can talk to a cat. I swear this is true story. The question is, how was that trained? I don't know. And I don't also want to know, because then I'll confuse my senses. But the thing is, you speak what you want to the application. For example, hi cat, how are you? And then it will translate that to the sound of the cat, and then you take it next to a cat, and it will translate that. So I was very curious and went outside to find a cat. And I asked, are you hungry? And then I put it near the cat. Guess what it did? It ran away, exactly. Ilikimbia mbio sana. So this is just a very small example of the application of AI and what it's doing to our generations. Kama haijakufikia, itakufikia leo. If it has not reached you, it will get to you, and its applications will be tremendous. Now, before I proceed, I'd just like to confirm or clarify. No, I need some clarification so that we're able to move forward with the program. Do we have a representative from IBM? Do we have a representative from IBM? Okay, thank you. Mr. Matogo, nice to see you. All right. So as it is well said, we have a representative from IBM. Mr. Matogo, allow me to put you on the spot. Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you, Professor, for that clarification. And this does not mean that IBM is not going to speak, but we're going to have a slight change in the program, whereby we're going to have the representative from IBM to come after the tea break. But before we do that, I'm going to put our IBM representative on the spot, and he's going to come up with a gift for this next question. To our learners, this front row is disqualified to answer that. In 5 seconds, what does IBM stand for? I saw your hand came up first, ma'am. Please. Gift for you from IBM. Please, let's clap for her. International Business Machines. Thank you very much for that, and congratulations to you. That is quite interesting because we know IBM as IBM, and I thought someone should know what it stands for, so thank you for that. So we are going to do this right now. The first thing, remember, we had talked about a photo session. Before you go for tea break, let's just gather together in this particular room. We're going to have a photo session of the speakers who are here. And before we leave also the room, I'd like to call upon, I think, the representative from CyberPro, Mr. John, to come and issue gift to our speakers today. Mr. John, if you're around, kindly come over to the podium and help us present some gifts to our speakers. A round of applause. Have you heard about him today? The presenters of the gifts, I can see Professor Martha here is right on her way with the gifts, so I'm going to follow in protocol. I don't think I'll be the right person to issue this, but I will hand this over by just calling out the name of our speakers today. All right. And to honor our speakers today, I would like to follow the order from the last to the one who followed, and this is none other than Professor George Kimathi. Professor George Kimathi, thank you very much. I'm going to represent you. I promise I won't look inside. But I am receiving a gift on your behalf, Professor George Kimathi. It was a pleasure to have you at Daystar. Do you mind, Mr. John, kindly to... All right.
Yes, I need to say something to Professor George Kimathi. Those of us from Daystar may know him. He was a lecturer in our school, the former head of the Department of Science and Engineering. Actually, one of the pillars on which many of our majors, especially mathematics, were built. So we want to appreciate him, that even after leaving Daystar and joining Catholic University, you've been of great help to us, and you also left us a strong pillar to continue where you left. So we want to appreciate you, and also promise that this gift will get to where you are. And again, also state that this communication, and especially from what you've spoken about, is not ended. We would want to continue the discussion, and we know you are available. So thank you very much on behalf of the School of Science, Engineering, and Health, which you are a member of. Receive our appreciation, and we wish you all the best. And your apology got to us. We know you are on a working trip to the coast where you've been for a long time, and you're going to continue for a few more days. So we pray that God will continue to protect you together with the others that are with you in that mission. Thank you so much, Professor.
That clap was not enough for me. On behalf of Mr. Professor George, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And our next gift goes to Miss Sylvia Mwichuli. Again, I will give Professor just to honor her as she comes to the podium.
Yes. Let's appreciate her until she gets here. One of the reactions we got from yesterday's events were, where are the women as far as cyber security is concerned? We did take a photo outside this building, and what got to many people is actually 99% of the photo are gentlemen. And the people are like, this is one area where women are required. And I'm so excited that today we started very well. Madame Sylvia came and we are driven. Who did not feel like standing up when she was calling on us? So if you are a woman, a girl, a lady out there, and you feel that this is your area or you feel moved, come. I also want to respond that in Daystar we have what we call Ladies in IT Club. Yes, Ladies in IT Club, and I can tell you they've trained so much in cybersecurity, in AI, and they're actually leading what we call DITA, the Daystar Innovation and Technology Club. So they are members. They have their own aside. So we know that women are required in this area. So what we probably will do is now energize them and probably provide more. Because sometimes ladies would need to be provided more because the stereotypes are still there. Probably when we call for a ladies' DITA club, the young men will be asking, what will they talk about? Is it about how to look more beautiful? No. We want to now, probably the next challenge we'll do in Daystar, as in the DITA, will be M versus F, males versus female. And I'll be giving a gift. And I'm saying it here, there will be a 10,000 gift as a dean. A competition between the ladies in IT and the men. So start preparing, and you know when I promise, I do deliver. And I will be doing that in response to what was spoken to this morning, that we need to actually energize the ladies. And we've been seeing the high schools that visit Daystar every week. I also want to respond again that we always make sure our school, and especially the Department of IT, is well represented there. And a proof to that is every year when the admissions are done in the sciences, this is the area that gets the highest number of admissions because we are working on it. So thank you so much for driving us crazy. I know. I apologize for the men who felt like we were moving too fast. That is how we wire each other. So here, hand over the gift.
Before I give out the gift, I want to demystify something Professor has said. I think the numbers are equal. It's just the men are speaking loudly. All right. How many hackers in the house here? Hackers in the house. You know you can penetrate a phone, check the network, and see who is, what messages, read messages. How many want to be hackers? How many want to be hackers here? See, after all this preaching, the ladies still are not lifting up their hands. How many want to be hackers here? How many want to just read my phone? Hackers, all hackers are ethical. Depends on what. It's defensive and offensive. How many want to be hackers here? Yeah. Ladies, lift up your hands. You are the best hackers because first you smile to your victim, and then you access their phone when they are not busy, and then these guys can access your emails right now here. They may have read even your presentation before you presented. It's possible. It's just because the people have taken cybersecurity as a serious thing. We demystify cybersecurity. It's like Com 101. It's as simple as that. It's like communication 101. The first course you do when you go to campus, that's cybersecurity. The rest is it's intensive. Actually, I prefer guys saying me I'm doing sciences. Whatever science you are doing. Cybersecurity is not even science. Professor has told me to give the gift because I'm about to recruit people right now. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Please clap for her. And we request that you can share her notes, especially to the ladies club.
Yes.
Please share the notes to them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And when we look for funds to support our club, we will come to you. Yes, right at the office of the president. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. Let's give a handy clap to our speakers, our representatives, and our dean for that wonderful job that has been done. And as you've heard, 10,000. Is it only restricted to students, Professor? Oh, no. It's all right. There's a time for all of us as well. Now, as we break for the tea break, I'd just like to ask if we have a representative to pray for the tea before we go. And as you do that, there's a meal card at the exit as you go out. Please access your meal card to access the tea. Any representative? We can have a student to pray for the tea, please. Or I will choose now, I know your names. Anyone? With those beautiful smiles, hackers, would you like to pray for a tea, just briefly? Yes, please. Thank you.
Let's pray. Almighty Father, we come before you with thanksgiving in our hearts. Thank you for this beautiful day you've given us. Thank you for the chance and the opportunity you've enabled us to be able to come here and interact and network and learn, dear Heavenly Father. Even now, as we are breaking for the short break to have tea, we pray that you may be with us. Please bless it. Thank you for providing it. And for those who do not have, please provide for them. Thank you for this opportunity, God, and we give you all the glory and all the honor. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you very much.
Okay, just a clarification. The photo is not for the speakers and the guys at the top. It's for all of us. And we want this photo hanged at the Office of Gender and Security at the State House. So please, let's all go for the photo. Make sure if you're short, you raise up your hand. Yes. I'll be visiting her to see our photo.
All right, please let us go for the photo shoot. And then for our tea. the next 1 minute. So in any case, you're still outside, please join us for our second session of our conference today, the GCC conference. Good, is it good afternoon? Let me greet you in a minute so that it's appropriate. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Now you don't have an excuse. In the morning, I excused you. I knew we didn't have some breakfast, some tea, some water, but this time I'm very sure because I was the only one left in this room. Someone had something somewhere. Good afternoon. How are you feeling? Are you excited? Are you learning something? Are we learning something? 3 things. 1, anyone? Or should I present a gift again? I think my alarms today have been, is it yours or mine? It is yours. Sorry, this is how I schedule my events. 3 things that we have learned so far. 3 things. A free AI introduction course for the one who says something. You are rising? Yes. And please follow me after this for the gifts. Remember, we had 3 gifts for public speaking. I'm an expert in public speaking. And I'm happy to mentor the 3 people who we spoke with in the morning. Please follow me after this. What was the second gift? A free AI course. I think we got 2. Now we are offering another 3 free AI courses. What have you learned in today's session? I was told today I'm exercising and I'm honoring that.
I have learned about the challenges women face in cybersecurity. For example, cyberbullying and then revenge pornography. Like for example, using deepfake, like to create like fake images. Dolly. Yeah.
Thank you. Please, let's clap for Dolly. She has learned about cybersecurity attacks, especially for women. Anyone else? Thank you, Dolly. You're very attentive. Anyone else? I won't go to this row because I know here we have industry leaders. The next 1 minute. Anyone else? What did we learn? Please say your name so that I mark you after this.
Okay, I'm Vivian. What I've learned is that cybersecurity is everywhere, and specifically for us women, that we should not feel like it's a lot, that it is possible to dive into cybersecurity, and it's for everyone. It's not for men only.
Please, let's clap for her as well. Miss Sylvia has made an impact today. Don't you agree? I need this one lesson from a gentleman, please. Okay, I've seen you. Please say your name and what you've learned.
Okay, good afternoon. Okay, in today's lesson I've learned that AI is not here to replace lecturers in teaching, but to replace a human without AI.
Excellent. Please, let's give a warm applause for that. AI is not going to replace humans, but a man or a woman who has AI knowledge is going to replace the one who does not. Don't you agree? Don't you agree? Okay, thank you. So we move swiftly to IBM talk. Mr. Matogo, if you are back, is Mr. Matogo back with us? Or thank you very much. Please welcome Mr. Matogo. Mr. John Matogo is the Global University Program Leader for IBM. Please continue clapping as he comes. And he's really involved in leading IBM academic programs in the sub-Saharan region, isn't it, Mr. Matogo? I think I'm accurate. I've known you for a very long time. You might have shifted jobs. Yeah, we'll present that. So please let's give a warm applause to Mr. Jong Matogo as he presents here today. Asante. A pleasure to have you, sir.
Good afternoon once again. Thanks, Joanne, for the warm introductions. Slight change in the role. So still working closely with academia, but in a slightly different business unit within the organization. I'm not sure if the slides can come up. Coming up, okay. So it's a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon to share with you, what we as IBM have for all of you in academia. Before I begin, just to make sure I honor my debts, Joanne had asked me to present something. The lady who answered about IBM, is she still in the room? Okay, if she comes and her item is here, she can claim it. Okay. So, thanks for inviting me, Joanne, Dr. Jane, Zipporah. Thanks for having me join you during this particular event. For those that maybe we've not had a chance to interact before, coming to Daystar, this is not the first time. I've been in Daystar before, maybe not in the recent past, but Daystar is one of the partners that we've worked very closely with. I'm not sure if Dr. Fred is around. He's usually the point of contact that we work with when I interact with Daystar University. So a little bit about IBM, and in terms of the flow for the presentation, what I'll just share is a quick overview about IBM. The focus that I'll make my presentation around is on skills, because this is one of the big areas that we're looking at supporting at the moment. Given the rapid change, all of you being technology enthusiasts, what's a big talk in technology right now? ChatGPT from here? AI, yes, okay. So generative AI, that's a big talk right now. And if you look at how fast, how rapidly the conversation is changing around generative AI, the best thing you do is to make sure you keep up, is make sure you keep on learning, right? I think the discussion around generative AI, 2 years ago, nobody was talking about this, right? But in the last 18 months, we've seen how this has evolved, and it just keeps on changing. Almost every week, you get a new announcement of a new release of a new tool that is leveraging on generative AI. So, that's how quickly the space is changing, and the only way that you can be productive, and what we're focusing on is being productive when you are graduating, when you complete your studies, or as you're going through your studies. And right now, I think this is being in a hackathon environment. You guys are discussing around innovation. How can you innovate around this technology of generative AI? So skills is the main thing that you can do to make sure that you're relevant and continue being useful using these technologies. So in terms of IBM, so in IBM, we are a business-to-business company. So when few of you put up your hand, it was no surprise. Many of you, maybe the ones who are slightly older, would remember IBM because we used to have a lot of the computer devices, right? But we sold that business to Lenovo. So some of you might have colleagues and friends who have Lenovo ThinkPad or Think computers. So that used to be IBM, and we sold that business to Lenovo now almost 20 years ago. But we're still there. In the course of your day, you may have interacted with IBM a number of times without you knowing. So if you've used your mobile phone, if you've done some mobile money transactions, or if you've done some bank transactions, guess what? You hit an IBM system at some point during that transaction, right? So we support other businesses to deliver their service and products to their customers. So we are a business-to-business company. We, right now, our focus for the business is on artificial intelligence and hybrid cloud, okay? Hybrid cloud because we know that cloud computing is the way to go, but a lot of our customers, a lot of the companies that we provide technology for do not use a single cloud environment, yeah? You know there are many cloud providers. IBM Cloud is one of those, but there are other service providers for cloud. But what we do is we bring in a layer called Kubernetes or OpenShift, and anyone who's using a multi-cloud or in some cases on-premises resources can make this a seamless experience for the users. You just utilize the resources regardless of where it is available on. So that's the focus of IBM right now. We provide artificial intelligence solutions to our customers. Our AI engine is called Watson X. So we support organizations in automation of, for example, the HR function. So for example, as a company in our region, we only have one HR individual, right? Everything else, is done. I can go book leave using a similar, like a chatbot, and you're able to do a lot of the transactions. I have a team of about 5 people in different parts of the region, from Dubai to South Africa, Morocco, etc. And everything I do, thank you. Everything I do, I can, when I'm managing the team that I need to do administratively, I just go on the chatbot and it's able to help me do that. So this is some of the applications of these Gen AI tools. Customer service automation, a lot of companies now begin to use chatbots for their customer service functions, and so on and so forth. So this is how this technology is being applied. So that's from the commercial side about IBM. I fall under the corporate social responsibility business unit. So our education and workforce development, so just to, for Joanne's benefit, is now placed under the corporate social responsibility. So I lead this team for the region. And apart from education, we also work on volunteerism and giving, and we also have a program on sustainability. So that's some of the areas that I focus on. Feel free to get the email. We can always interact if you have any questions after this. So a quick overview about IBM. So as a company, we are 112 years old. Actually, next week we'll be 113 years old. So I need to update this slide, right? So for those of you who have been taking technology studies, if you go through your Technology 101 class, a lot of the innovation in technology over the years, IBM has played a part in it, right? So from the 1940s when we had the Mark I computers, so in your class 101, you may have talked about the Mark I. Did you guys discuss this? So that was an innovation IBM with Harvard University and so on. And over the years, you talk about things like DRAM and so on and so forth. So IBM has been involved in that. Right now, like I said, we are in the space of generative AI. AI started becoming a thing in 2011. Do you guys remember Deep Blue? Anyone recall when Deep Blue was showcased? This was the computer system that won the best chess champions at the time. And that was, when we were beginning to come out with AI, though it, as a technology, has been there for a long time. So again, that was in 2011. We did that with Deep Blue. There was a competition also that showcased IBM's AI solutions. Right now, like I said, the focus is on generative AI. So that's where the company is looking at. We are also on hybrid cloud, like I mentioned. And another area that is still very early stages is quantum computing, right? Computing as we know it we're sort of reaching the limits of what we could do with the computer that we have, right? With the increased computing power that is required for AI computation, the amount of data we need to process and so on. So, we are now looking at a branch of computing which is called quantum computing, and it's showing a lot of promise and potential, enabling us to do things that, classical systems, classical computers we have now would take years to do now. The quantum systems are doing that at a fraction of that particular time. And we have implementations of this, and the great thing is, being in the university as part of the collaboration with the university, we give you access to this. So if you would like to learn about quantum computing, if you'd like to use a quantum system, so through the work that we do with the university, you're able to learn about this. So yeah, quantum computing is there. Okay, but I will not focus a lot on that now. As part of the preparation for you as you get into this hackathon situation, to share with you a couple of things. And by the way, kudos to all of you that have turned up for the hackathon, right? Because, one thing I always advocate for is people who develop a mindset for problem solving. And that's what a hackathon basically is. You identify a challenge, okay, which now you classify as an opportunity, and then you want to put your mind to solve that particular issue, right? You're developing a solution, in this case, maybe a tech-based solution. And, human nature, when you see a problem or solution, you want to get away from it, right? You don't want to be there. So when you guys put up your hand and say, I want to participate in this hackathon, that's a great attitude, that's a great trait that you have there. So go into it and put your head and mind into that to solve that issue. And by the way, that experience of participating in a hackathon, I can tell you, will be with you, in whatever you do. That attitude of, looking for the solution. That is, we need problem solvers, right? Everybody is very quick at identifying whether, there's a problem here, complaining, etc. But why don't you say, that's the issue, let me go down and solve it. And that's what we need. And that's basically what innovation is all about, right? So kudos to all of you. Put your head into it. So I will share with you some resources that as you go through your hackathon, you would then want to utilize, use so that you can get your solution. And, don't do it amongst, I hope not all of you are tech, all of you are not in tech, so maybe get some people who are in the business, who are in other fields, so that you can, put your minds to it from different perspectives. So Skills Build is the resource I wanted to share with you. So this is a learning environment, a learning resource that IBM has made available to learners, okay? And this is learners at different levels. So we've got content there for high school students, for college, and also for what we refer to as adult learners. Because one thing we agreed is that continuous learning is something that we all need to embrace, right? So through Skills Build, we provide access to all these learning resources. And part of this was, because now this was put under our CSR unit, we make this available at no charge to learners. And because our CEO during the time of COVID committed to train 30 million by 2030, right? So through this program, we're making available a lot of the content, by the way, which is usually paid for. So if some of you are familiar with platforms like Coursera, Udacity, right? So IBM is one of the big contributors, if not the largest contributor, for example, to Coursera. And what we did is we pulled some of our content on Coursera and we made it available on Skills Build, right? And the reason is because, we sort of underwriting that so that we can achieve the objective of our CEO to train 30 million. If you wish to go to Coursera, that you're most welcome to do so, but that's paid for. Here you get it at no charge. So we've got tons of courses there, some from IBM and some even from other parties, okay, other partners. So if you're looking for stuff around SAP, Salesforce, so we put all this because the objective is on skilling. It's not only on IBM. So on technology side, if you're preparing for your hackathon and you want to brush up or skill up on AI, get in there, take a self-learning module on AI. If you're looking at cybersecurity, get in there. We've got tons of learning resources around cybersecurity, okay? And so on. If you're looking for quantum, what I was talking before, if that's something that is of interest, get in there and learn about quantum computing. But over and above the technologies topics, there's a lot more that is also available on what we call the workforce readiness skills. So stuff around presentation. And when you do your hackathon, I suppose at some point you'll do presentations, right? You need to present your solution. So we've got a lot of resources around presentation, communication, collaboration, again, another very important aspect of your solution development. And then things like design thinking. So as you're going through your hackathon, there's a 2-hour module there, I think, on design thinking. And why design thinking? Because you're developing a solution, not for yourselves, but for the end user, right? So make sure you have this human-centered approach when you're developing solutions. You know, why many solutions or applications fail is because they do not really address the need of the end user. So with a design thinking or one of these human-centered approaches, what you're doing is develop a solution with your end user as the prime, right? And then that way, the chances of success are much greater. Entrepreneurship, so there's tons of stuff. So if you're looking to learn about entrepreneurship, digital business, project management, and so on, all that is available there. So there's, when I say here 1,000 courses, there's literally actually now 1,000 plus. Sustainability, mindfulness, you name it. We've got stuff around there. So the idea is to encourage, to promote this culture of continuous learning, right? Because like I said, it's only going to get more. So you need to just make sure you keep your skills updated. Okay, now, in case they matter, English, you guys are all English, but in other situations, then you also have to show that it's available in other languages. Okay, so this cannot be overemphasized. Things are changing, you know, very fast, day to day. An example, in the generative AI, you mentioned ChatGPT, right? Prompting these generative AI tools would determine whether someone is more efficient in using those resources, right? You know, 2 people would have those generative AI tools, but one person is able to utilize it better than the other. Why? Because they know how to prompt, how to develop the statement that is going to get the solution from there. So just a quick flash of some of the modules that are available on the platform. So if you're looking at technology topics, so I think in this case here, because you're doing something around AI, that's there. If you're doing something around cybersecurity, there's modules around that there. If you want, I mentioned quantum, so if you want to do quantum computing, it's available there. Okay, but this is what I wanted to highlight for all of you as you're getting into your hackathon. So the design thinking module. So when you land in there, skillsbuild.org, remember I showed that. So just take note of that URL, skillsbuild.org. When you go to skillsbuild.org, in your cases, you can sign up as adult learners, and then just go when you finish the registration steps, okay? Just like creating an account. If you've got a Google account, even faster, just choose create an account with Google, and then click, and then you'll get in the dashboard. And then search for the topic that's of interest to you. So if you are interested in the ways of working, design thinking, go in there, take that, maybe you and your team members that are participating in the hackathon, take that short module around design thinking, right? And you'll be ready to start developing a solution, right? If you're looking at other stuff, so it's not just IT, you've got lots of other topics there. So even for the faculty members who are present here, if you're looking for modules that can complement your learning, if you're teaching IT or non-IT topics, leadership, project management, find a module here, and just the same way you tell them, you give a recommended text, when you have the curriculum at the beginning of the semester, as another, you could put it there. And by the way, all the modules here have got digital credentials, meaning that when you finish the learning, you take a test. So the test is 80%, and then you get the digital credential for that. You get a certificate, and you can get the digital credential, which you can use when you are finished with your studies and you want to showcase that you've got skills or knowledge in a particular area, right? So, okay, that'll be good for you. So that's what I wanted to sort of highlight for you. An example, because AI was one of the discussions here. If you want to try and see what's behind a skills build, you could just take a screen capture here. If you've got a QR code scanner, just scan that QR code. It will take you straight to that site, and you can register an account. And then see, this is what I was sharing before, a short course on prompt tuning. So guess what? This is a skill now. A year ago, no one was talking about this kind of things, right? Because generative AI was not a big thing. But now, guess what? This is a skill. Prompt engineering or prompt tuning and so on and so forth. So, go in there. It's a 15-minute course just to give you a sense of it. and then improve your knowledge and use of this prompt of this generative AI tools. Okay. Okay. If you don't have the QR code scanner, you can just use the URL down there. It will take you to the same place. Again, this is just an example of the stuff that you'll find behind there. But when you have time, go in there. And by the way, learn also of things that are outside your domain, right? So if you guys are computer scientists, look at other stuff as well that is not around technology. Okay. The other thing I just wanted to highlight to you, because I had someone I think at the beginning you're talking about free classes on cybersecurity, on AI, and so on. Just to share with you an opportunity that is actually hot right now. We're beginning in about 2 weeks' time. We are running a facilitated. So on Skills Build, you'll get self-learning courses, right? But we have an online facilitated session. So this is around cybersecurity that will be starting in 2 weeks' time. If you wish to register, maybe one of you, if you guys have got a channel that I can communicate, I'll share it with some of your faculty members. But if you also would like to get it, I can give you the link to register for that. So this is a facilitated session. It's online, but you get in there, you'll join a cohort, and then you do learning on some of these topics. So we've got one on cybersecurity, one on AI starting in mid-June. So if you wish to join that, let me know and I'll just point you to it. Again, all of this is available to you as Daystar fraternity members at no charge and so on, okay? The last item I wanted to share with you, again, use your hackathon experience, okay? So participate in this hackathon, like I said, get in 100% and do that. We're also running another hackathon, which you're welcome to join as well. Maybe you could even use the same solution and submit that here. It's up to you. So we have this annual hackathon, just to share with you, that you could also choose to participate in, right? And for students, everybody, when they finish school, they're wondering, jobs come up and then they say you need so many years of experience and so on. This is the experience, this kind of hackathon that you guys are participating, that's experience, right? And all the projects that you develop within your time on campus, that's part of your experience. And by the way, when you do an assignment, you develop a project, do it very well, and that's part of your portfolio. Create a cloud account, wherever, whether it is IBM Cloud or any other cloud, pack it there. When you go for your session or for your interview, this is part of the portfolio. You just fire up your cloud account and see it. Right now we're in what is called a skills-first hiring era. So yes, the certificates are important, but guess what? Most people want to see what you can do more than what you can show in terms of certificates, right? So skills, skills, skills. So when you have the opportunity to do hands-on in anything, that's where you should focus your efforts on, right? So Call for Code, another opportunity for a hackathon. Get in there. Like I said, more than the prizes at the end of it, the experience you get, that's the most valuable part, because that will be with you for the rest of your life, okay? And you have this mentality of problem solving, not problem avoidance or pointing out and complaining, right? So you get there and be part of the solution. Okay, so that's it. That's what I want to share with you. Thank you for the time, and looking forward, wishing you all the best in the hackathon. Thank you.
As I said, we still do not have an excuse of not clapping vehemently. Please let us give an applause to Mr. John Matogo, head of CSR now. Years ago, I remember when I met John, I requested him to sit in our board of tech mindset. Nataka kujua ni nini alisema? Should I say or will you say it? Thank you. The wonderful things we've done together, and appreciate the information that you've given and opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. Free access to online cybersecurity. Why would we not take that after what we've listened today? Why would we not take that? Opportunity for free AI. Why would we not take that? from IBM. Please let us log in, use your phone, use your computer, use your QR code as he had shared. I'm sure it will be shared to you in your personal emails, and please register. Once an opportunity is gone, it never comes back. And this is specifically for Daystar students. Man, I wish we had these opportunities in my time. I'm not betraying my age, but this was nothing close to what I met years ago. So thank you very much, Mr. Matogo, for that. Okay, I'm going to make a very brief presentation myself. I know protocol observed, I'm supposed to be introduced, but because I'm on the podium, allow me to introduce myself once again. For those who had joined before I introduce myself, my name is Joanne Bessia. I am the founder and CEO of Tech Mindset Africa. We educate Africa in artificial intelligence from a non-technical perspective. Our courses are more practical than they are technical. And we have so far educated over 3,000 students globally, and we continue to do that today. And we have been able to incubate over 25 AI projects that have either gone internships, funding, mentorships, or collaborations. That is what we've been able to do. So I want to take this particular opportunity very briefly to talk about AI's impact on mental health. As our technical person is putting the presentation on screen, I want to share with you two stories, and I'll try as much as possible and take about 10 to 15 minutes on this. I'm not very big on PowerPoint, but I'll try as much as possible to move swiftly. Just last weekend, I was invited to Kericho for a talk, and there's a speech that was given, and this is all about mental health. There's a speech that was given by one of the ladies, and her title was, "I am a failure, I am a failure, I am a failure." So at first I wondered, why would, I mean, we fail in so many things sometimes, but why would someone repeat that 3 times? So it got my curiosity up there. And this is the story she gave. She said this: since her birth, or since she knew education, learning and interacting with academics, she has been performing excellently. She has been getting A's, 100%. Actually, her lowest mark for her primary school was, I think, 95%. She was a social person. Everyone loved her. And then one day, in this particular class in high school, marks were being called out for mathematics. And, they were calling people from the lowest to the highest. No, she was not the lowest, but neither was she the highest. But this is what happened. She got her 70%, and she was in shock. Now, don't get me wrong, 70% to most of us is pass, right? Isn't it? 70% is good, especially to me in mathematics, very good. But here's the thing, she got into depression. She got into depression to a point where she wanted to commit suicide. Please hear me on this one. She was an excellent performing student. And this is what she said. She said that the expectations of our parents, the expectations of our guardians are so high. But that was not the problem. That was not the challenge. The challenge is the only thing she was known is success for a very long time. So that when she got a little bit below par, she was depressed. Why do you think the depression happened? It happened because I believe, and also what she said, that our parents or our guardians, our mentors, people we look up to, know how to support success, but not so many people know how to support failure. They don't tell you what to do. And that is what she went through. Lucky enough, she was caught up very early, And she continued in Excel, and today she talks about it over and over again. That is mental health. Quickly to story 2. And these you might know one way or the other. There's a famous speaker who keeps on telling about this story of a child, a boy who was brought to her. You know, she's one of, she could afford school for her family, she could afford a good family, good food, shelter, etc. So one day, a woman approached her and who could not afford this and said, I'm giving you my son today. Please take care of him and make sure that he gets the family setting that you have. The child was taken to an excellent school, was taken to Braeburn, if most of you know about Braeburn, was given good food, an excellent education opportunity. But when this boy was 17 years, he attempted to commit suicide again. Why? He had a good school, and he had access to his own mother. The mother would visit him at least once or twice a month. Why do you think this boy got a mental breakdown? Because he said simply, I don't know who I am. Simple. You're being brought up by another mother, but your real mother comes to visit you, but you have no identity. Identity crisis, again, is one of the causes of mental health. And being in the field of AI, I feel that is also my responsibility to talk about future solutions in AI. How can we use or innovate AI to manage mental illness? As we have seen, the main impact mostly of artificial intelligence, is it human beings or machines? Do you think you get depressed or mental health issues because you're on TV, because you're on phone, or is it because of the people you interact with? Just based on the basic stories that I've given you. Anyone? You can just say it, you don't have to raise your hand. Why do you think, what is the number one cause of mental health? To us, to you and me, to our children? Anyone? Lucky guess? Are you shy or or you're afraid of mentioning? No, this is not a victimizing session, it's an open-minded session. It is the human being. We are the cause of mental illness, our interactions, our support systems, everyday life, our friends, our expectations, who we meet. And that is why I believe that sometimes we might fault technology, that it spoils our children, too much spending time on it really digresses focus. But that is not true. Sometimes we need technology to manage mental health. And I'm going to explain briefly what that means. We are the vessels of our own mindset. What is inside here is what is manifested in what you do. So if you think you're not good enough, that is manifested in your decisions. If you believe that you are not supported and you have nowhere to go, it's a decision of your mindset, or someone else is placing high expectations unfairly on you. And I really want us to have an open mind to this. It's not a victimization, but it is reality and an open discussion going on, because we are really, right now, we are on the, I would say we don't have really good systems of managing mental health, but we have an opportunity to innovate in the mental health space. And that is what our presentation is going to be about. I already talked about Tech Mindset Africa. Tech Mindset Africa is an education company that educates Africa in artificial intelligence. And what we were talking about generally is what we do is we create and we try and focus our examples and case studies in Africa-based challenges. And in this particular session, we'll be talking about mental health. So generally, what can we say mental health is? Mental health is generally the ability of your normal mind, your normal interaction, not doing what it's supposed to do. So for example, if your normal interaction with your friend is to say hi in the morning, the next day, you'll not be saying hi, but you will be insulting that person, for example. Just an example. That's not cast on stone. Mental health is when your mind is advising you to do something that is contrary to what you do. For example, your mind advises you to close yourself in a room. This has nothing to do with phones or mobiles or computers. Sometimes we focus ourselves on technology so that we can avoid real problems. That is a mental health issue. A mental health is when we cannot identify real scenarios from our reactions. That is mental health. And the question is, how can artificial intelligence manage this? So the first thing is, AI can help identify real case scenarios. I don't know if you've ever faced, I have faced depression. Bad one, a terrible one. But if we are not able to identify what the causes are, we are not able to solve it. So if we can have AI systems or AI models that are trained to identify mental health early signs, like for example, possibly your speech changes, how you talk changes, your vibe, for lack of a better word, changes, the people around you start seeing you weird. It is time we use such applications for the sake of our friends, for the sake of our children, for the sake of ourselves, and make sure that we start recording, even if it's in public, to help that person. Let them understand that these are signs of something going down. If we can have AI systems, AI applications to identify early signs of mental health, we can prevent a lot. Another thing is machine learning can analyze customized treatment plans. So for example, let's say worst case scenario, or unfortunately, you get yourself into mental health, but you do not know. Let's talk about depression. I don't know how many of you are extrovert. I'm an introvert. When I have problems, I don't talk them out. I resolve them myself. But how about you? If you're an extrovert, if you have someone, please talk to them. But here we want to put technology before you see a human expert, to be able to identify your symptoms, your happenings, your day-to-day activities, and the question and answer session by a machine to identify where your challenge is and possibly advise on very simple solutions. Machine learning can do that. Another thing is, if you can't talk to a person and if you do not have an application, it is time as Daystar, as learners, as students, as innovators, to start innovating in the space of telehealth or mental telehealth. Why? Because sometimes we don't want to face a human being to state our problems. That is the fact of life. And I'll give you an example. If I had an opportunity today to speak to a computer about my problems, I would say everything. And I tried that with ChatGPT. It gave me some pretty interesting answers. Try it out. You don't have to look for all those technical systems. Try out with ChatGPT. If we had time, I would have demonstrated. All right? Just try it and ask your ChatGPT after this. Ask them, today I don't feel I want to go for class. And this is how I'm feeling. I'm feeling like I don't feel like eating. I don't want to talk to Caroline today, and I don't think my class will help me. What do you think is wrong with me? Just try it out. See what the answers are. That is the power of technology. Thank you for that. I'm going to take a few minutes into the next. And these are the solutions, exactly what I'm talking about, so I don't need to go into more of that. And personally, what I have experienced, or rather what I have seen, are personalized treatments that can enable such kind of solutions. So here I'm talking to you in what you're learning today. If you have not started learning about data collection and you're interested in mental health, the only way to solve this is to start collecting information about what goes on in a person who is undergoing depression or mental health. I'm sure you know people. If you're a data collection scientist, make it your mission to make sure that data is available to help create this system or train an AI model. Predictive analytics as well. This is major because without predicting what is happening to a human's mind, you cannot solve the problem. And lastly, adaptive treatment. Once you understand what is wrong with that person, then take the appropriate customized solution to make sure that they are treated. And honestly, let us work together and try and reduce stigma as much as possible, get more education as much as possible, and also work as a community. Identify your friend. Take it upon yourself to learn something or two about mental health. You have no idea what this is going to do to generations to come. It might not happen to you, but it might happen to a person close to you, or it might happen to the children, your future children. Let me not speak to you as adults, the children who are going to come for you. So ladies and gentlemen, as you do this, why would a mental patient or someone who trusts your application, why would they trust it? First, if you're creating that solution, it has to be as ethically applied as possible. What do I mean by that? You have to assure them that when a person is talking to a machine for interception, that the data is going to be private. Otherwise, that is not going to work. Secondly, you have to make sure that information that is received and given back is bias-free. It does not give certain solutions to men and other solutions to women. It has to be fair and unbiased. And thirdly, as you are learners and you're going to go out there to do this, I'm sure that I'm going to meet you outside there one way or the other. If you're working on a mental health AI solution, just make sure that it has an oversight of a human. Yes, it will learn by itself, but we must be present to make sure that it collects the right information, and transparency and accountability is very important. Don't do it as technical people. Make sure that the stakeholders are around to know what you're doing. For the next, I'm going to just skip very fast, and let's look at the conclusion. The potential of AI in mental health right now is very, very minimal, but I can attest we incubated an AI mental health AI platform, and we tested it, and it was able to accommodate at that particular time. This is 1.5 years ago, 2022, towards the end of the year. It was able to solve, because they were testing it for us to be able to mark that particular project. They tested it, and out of 10 students, it was able to solve 5. Pretty fair. It was able to solve accurately 5, and for the rest, it didn't know what to do. So we urged them to keep collecting data and make sure that it's able to solve at least a more better statistic than that. So these are the transformative potential of AI, and if you have not learned, please learn that also through cybersecurity. This being a cybersecurity conference, it's important that we protect the data of the very people who are approaching you and machines to help them. Because if we cannot protect them, then we are not solving. Also apply ethical challenges and continue to innovate. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, tech mindset generally gives you an education. We won't tell you what to do, but we will give you a platform to learn about AI, and if you're interested in mental health, then we put you into practice. whereby you innovate, we test your project, and then we collaborate you with industry experts to help you innovate that globally and scale it. And lastly, this is what I want to tell you, because this is a verse that we say with my children every day, and I hope that it's going to help someone out there. Jeremiah 29:11. It says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. The plans to prosper you, not to harm you. The plans to give you a hope and a future." So every time you believe you're not moving, anytime you believe that you're stuck or you have no one to speak to, at least go back to this verse and just know this is just a temporary situation. But the plan that God has for you, and the fact that you woke up this morning and you're breathing, there's a plan for you. And this will be my word for you for the day. Asanteni sana. Thank you. All right, so we transition straight to the program, and I change my hats once again. I would like to acknowledge Dr. Andrew Kipkebut. Is online right now, and he's going to speak about cybersecurity in the digital business era. Generally about the power of AI. Don't know if we're, IT team, we are ready for him. Dr. Andrew Kipkebut. He'll be presenting this virtually to us. Once he comes online, let me know so that we can welcome him appropriately. Thank you, Dr. Andrew Kipkebut. Please, let's give a warm applause to Dr. Andrew. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. And before I hand over, I would like just for you to confirm if you can hear me, or if you can test your mic and let us, so that we can know if we can hear you.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear?
Yes, maybe the sound team can regulate that a little bit. Okay, you can try again.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. I think we can fairly so. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. I think we're good to go. In any case, you have something to share, the IT team, I'm sure, has already enabled your sharing rights. Thank you very much, Dr. Kipkebut. Over to you.
Daystar University. And thank you for the opportunity to be part of this global Cyber Shield conference. Hello. I believe you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see. Please proceed.
Now, so thank you again. And it's a great pleasure for me to be here today. I was actually supposed to be there previously, but unfortunately, one or two things happened. I'm going to make my presentation so short. It's very difficult to having, give a presentation after Professor George Kimadi and my friend John Matogo, and also John. Actually, he mentioned quite a number of things.
can say businesses are really affected by cyber threats. And what is the correlation? What is the correlation between Microsoft and education? You know, is it that Microsoft is offering more services to the education sector? Maybe that's why it's the most imitated brands. Yeah, so just some facts about phishing. Again, you look at Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Apple. Again, I don't see IBM here. Home Depot, Facebook, all these businesses are actually been affected by phishing in one way or the other. In a Kenyan perspective, for example, there's been a lot of attacks also that has been happening. You know, for example, Kenya has witnessed an upsurge in the frequency of sophisticated and scale of cyber threats, which has basically been targeting, you know, our critical infrastructure. That is for the year 2023. And for example, in the last 12 months, I'm sure most of us are aware about this. These attacks have skyrocketed to a new high of 860 million. And most of these attacks, 79%, was as a result of cyber criminals basically exploiting flaws and system weaknesses in organization. This is according to Communication Authority of Kenya. So Kenya also has been faced with these attacks, and of course, it has really affected businesses in one way or the other. The other day, the e-citizen, you know, platform was also attacked, and you could realize that most businesses actually, you know, lost a lot of money.
Dr. Kipkepgut, point of order.
Yes.
Just, kindly move your slides as the audience wants to see your content.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Are you able to see it now?
Moving of it, we are able
Hello?
to see the slide, but not the movement. It has been stuck on the title page since you started.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
No
try
problem.
it again. I think it's because of the. Okay, let me reshare it again. If you can allow me. Just a minute. If it is okay with, if it's okay on your side, I can present it as is without having the PowerPoint, the slideshows. If that is okay.
Yes, I think that is okay. Yes.
I think that is the reason why you're not able to follow it on your end.
All right.
Okay, all right. I don't know whether you remember this particular scenario where we had actually, I'm from Kabarak University, and we faced one of the quote-unquote an attack, whereby somebody decided to mess with our social media account by, you know, hacking it. Basically, it was poses a very bad image to the outside world. It's part of an attack, really, that happened at Kabarak University. But this was a blessing on this in disguise, because from this we were able to get up to 46,000 followers on our Facebook page. So this is just an example of an attack that basically affects, you know, business organization, post education being part of the business. Now, so it is very important for businesses to develop cyber resilience, you know. So business needs to prepare for these threats. They need to respond to these threats. And most important thing, they should be able to also to recover from this particular cyber threat. So cyber resilience is very, very important when it comes to business organization. That way, they can withstand the test of time when it comes to cyber resilience. Now, so what is this framework? So this framework includes very simple steps. That is, you need to identify, rather understand the cybersecurity risks, identify what are the risks for a given organization, and then you protect. You protect those assets. Of course, you can't protect what you can't identify. So after you protect, then you can, detect, then you respond, and then recover. That is for business continuity. It's very, very important for a given business. Now, so the question is, so what is the interplay between artificial intelligence and cybersecurity? And I know Professor George Kimati had explained what is AI, and of course AI is all about trying to build systems that behave like human, quote unquote, human beings, and basically we were trying to make systems that that mimic the human brain, what we call it, the design of intelligent agents. An intelligent agent is, of course, an entity that perceives its environment through sensors and then acts upon this environment using actuators. So basically, it's all about our brain. I'm tempted to ask these questions to the audience. If you have a brain, kindly stand up. And if you know how the brain works, then keep standing. You see, and so if you look at the AI is all about the way the human brain actually operates. And so when you talk of artificial intelligence is a very broad area. When you talk of machine learning, you talk of machine learning is all about having machines performing some tasks without having them explicitly programmed. And then we have deep learning, so we talk of neural networks, you talk of convolutional neural networks, and then we have the use of expert systems, the use of natural language processing, you talk of generative AI, has been a hot topic, the large language models and all that. All these are actually good candidates for cybersecurity, speech recognition, the use of robotics, computer vision and all that. Are very, very useful when it comes to artificial intelligence. So when you look at AI is really broad in terms of the subsets and what we can use AI when it comes to cybersecurity. Now, there are three goals when it comes to cybersecurity. One is confidentiality. Confidentiality is all about making sure that data is only accessed by authorized persons. And then the other one is integrity, that information on transit should not be interfered with or rather tampered with. And of course, we have availability. Those are the major goals of cybersecurity. And businesses need to ensure that these three goals are actually met. Now, we have AI, and then we have traditional cybersecurity, and then we have autonomous cybersecurity. So when we talk of traditional cybersecurity, this is where we use signature-based detection system based on what is called the rules, right? The if-then rule-based detection, just like an if statement in a code. That is traditional cybersecurity. And then we have the use of AI, which is basically about automated response based on pattern-based detection, the use of machine learning, deep learning and all that. And then we have autonomous cybersecurity, which is basically adaptive in nature, basically self-improving, continuous learning, which is actually still part of AI, and so on and so on. So now when we talk of artificial intelligence in cybersecurity, how I want to look at it is it's a double-edged sword. AI is good for cybersecurity. At the same time, AI it can be bad, really, for cybersecurity. It has both negative effects as well as positive effects. You can use cybersecurity to build resilience for your business. At the same time, you can use AI rather, to attack systems. So it is a double-edged sword. Now, so when you talk of double-edged sword, for example, you can use, you can have AI, for example, AI-powered spyware, the use of adversarial AI attacks, the use of data poisoning. This is made possible by artificial intelligence. Even as simple as cracking a password. That can be done way better by artificial intelligence systems. So AI can be used to enhance security, but at the same time, it can be used to mess rather with businesses. Of course, using advanced algorithms, for example, in artificial intelligence. Now, but let's look at the positive side. So AI, for example, can be used for threat detection. Threat detection, it can also be used to model user behavior, what is called data analytics, automated incident response, malware detection and prevention, and security risk assessment. With AI algorithms, with machine learning, whether you're talking about supervised machine learning algorithms, unsupervised machine learning algorithm, we talk of semi-supervised machine learning algorithm, or even reinforcement machine learning algorithms, you can use them to basically achieve all these, you can use it to achieve all these tasks, threat detection and all that. For example, in threat detection, what can we do with AI? So using machine learning algorithms, you can recognize signs of hacking, data breaches, and malware infections, and also provide real-time alerts. For example, machine learning algorithms like support vector machines, the use of KNN, the use of decision trees, you can use them to achieve, to detect this particular threats. And of course, you can do this in a more efficient manner. User behavior analytics, you can analyze large data sets with the goal of identifying patterns that basically indicates security breaches, data exfiltration, malicious activity. In other words, for example, in an e-commerce website, you can use AI just to see which customers, are malicious. What kind of activities are they doing online, for example? Not just in e-commerce, even in universities, for example. You can come up with an AI tool that is able to analyze users. How many times as the user tries to penetrate a system by forcing passwords, and all that. So if you look at AI, really, it has been used for user behavior analytics. Threat intelligence, for example, you want to know, rather interpret cyber threats in context, for example, phishing. And I would like to bring in this particular architecture it's called transformers. I don't know how many of us are aware about the use of transformers. When you talk of ChatGPT, when you talk of large language models, for example, whatever is behind all this is actually this particular architecture called the transformer, which is basically based on what is called encoder, decoder, architecture. And it's all about what is called self-attention. Self-attention, of course, there are many other ways you can do this, but using transformers, for example, makes it more precise and more accurate. So ChatGPT, for example, uses transformer. It uses transformer architecture to do this. So we can use transformers, for example, for threat intelligence. We can also use it for predictive analytics. I think John has also mentioned that when he was mentioning something to do with mental health. I think you mentioned something about the use of predictive analytics. You can use a simple algorithms such as linear regression, for example. You can use it even to predict attacks. You can use it to predict threats, and so on and so on. You can also have AI for enhancing endpoints. When you talk of endpoint, we're talking about users that use, personal devices like laptops, bring your device and things like that. You also can use AI to basically to determine whether a user, for example, qualifies to penetrate into a system or rather access a system based on that particular device. Because some of these devices can be used to launch what? Can be used to launch attacks. You can also use AI to optimize network configurations using what is called GA. GA is genetic algorithms, which basically mimics natural what? Evolution. So GA algorithms can be used to optimize network configuration. and of course also for intrusion detection system. Now we also have AI issues, of course, things like the use of the data quality, the use of the adversarial attacks, the issues of explainability and interpretability, the skills. Of course, you need skills for you to develop robust AI systems, the false positives and false negatives, the errors, errors bound to happen when it comes to AI. Just because an AI system needs to be smart, it is bound to what? It's bound to errors. And most of us talked about the ethical concerns. There are quite a lot of issues when it comes to AI, the issue of biasness, limitations for AI algorithms, because you don't expect AI algorithms to perform, or rather to do everything. They also have what? Limitation. This is an example of an adversarial deep learning that is based on a technology called diffusion. Diffusion is an attack on on data, right? We call it adversarial deep learning. Another example of adversarial deep learning. Professor George Kimadi at some point mentioned self-driving vehicles. And you see, those self-driving vehicles sometimes can also suffer from what? Adversarial attacks, right? Whereby somebody can penetrate into the system and they are able to add noise into the data. And of course, and through that, the self-driving vehicle probably is going to misinterpret even signs. For example, it can misinterpret, it can misinterpret a stop sign to be yield. And if that happens, of course, that will cause an accident, right? For example, is an example of what? Adversarial attack. I think I've talked about the false positive and false negative, which are basically errors when it comes to machine learning. It can happen, they're not accurate. Incorrect, for example, identification of a threat, failure to identify a threat or vulnerability. It happens when it comes to artificial intelligence. Another thing that really is very common, especially when you talk of generative AI, the use of ChatGPT, the large language models, is what is called hallucinations. And hallucination occurs when an artificial intelligence system fabricates details or generate false information about data. So this can happen, right? This can happen, and if this happens, then it will make cybersecurity even difficult, right? It's one of the problems actually that is being faced by generative AI. Now, to summarize my slides, some of the technology challenges when it comes to AI is building trust. In businesses, for example, the working of an AI lies on the technological side, and of course, which most people do not trust. For example, can you imagine going to an hospital and you are told today, we don't have the real doctor, but we have a robot doctor that is supposed to give you diagnosis and even recommend medicine. I don't know how many people would go to such an hospital to be treated by robots. So there's still the trust issues. The other issue, of course, is lack of skills, investment. AI is not cheap. The AI technology is not cheap. So every business needs to invest in AI, and it's not what? It is not cheap. Software malfunction. With machine learning and machine learning algorithms, it is difficult to identify the cause of mistakes and malfunction. Yeah, remember, this is AI. Just because it's AI doesn't mean that it won't malfunction. So it can suffer from what? Malfunction. The other thing is that AI can only replace only certain tasks. What is that thing that you would want AI to do? But AI is not able to do that. So AI also has what? Limitation. In other words, it can simply not replace all the business processes that we intend it to solve. And then the other thing, of course, is high expectations. You want AI to do everything for you. You want AI to do exams for you, for students. You want AI to even have to sleep on your behalf. You want AI to do so many things. So there's quite a lot of high expectations when it comes to AI. Ethical issues. Now, one of the things that is very loud when it comes to artificial intelligence is there are a lot of ethical issues, and these issues touches on businesses. For example, I think this one has been mentioned, unemployment, right? Do you think AI creates jobs, or do you think AI creates unemployment? What about inequality? Somebody said at some point that AI was, a robot was able to win a game, and it was paid whatever, that amount of money, I don't remember. But now the question is, how do you distribute the wealth created by machines, for example, right? How do machines affect our behavior and interaction? Of course, you will all agree with me that machines has actually changed the way we behave, even our social interaction. Maybe that is the reason why we are having a lot of social mental issues, right? How do we protect against unintended consequences of machines? What about artificial stupidity? Machines are able to be smart, but they end up making mistakes. We call it artificial stupidity. What about racist robots? How do we eliminate AI bias? Right? I'm sure all of us have a lot of examples when it comes to robots that are racist, for example. What about the issues of security? How do we keep AI safe from adversaries? You know, you're planning something and then somebody else is planning against that. You know, you're trying to secure your systems, but somebody else is trying to hack into the system. What about AI singularity? How do we stay in control of a complex intelligent systems? Sometimes there are things that, what do we call it, the black box nature of AI. Sometimes you find that AI is performing something so smart, but inside that AI, we really don't know what is going on, right? Even, you know, we really don't know how the algorithm works, but we're getting results. So how do we stay in control of a complex intelligent system? How do we define the humane treatment of AI robots? Do robots, for example, have rights? Do they have rights? You know, so are some of the ethical issues when it comes to artificial intelligence. Some of the legal issues, of course, in AI, of course, this touches a lot when it comes to businesses. The use of algorithmic transparency, the black box nature of AI algorithms, the cybersecurity vulnerabilities that are created by AI systems, the unfairness, the lack of contestability, you know, the intellectual property issues, privacy, you know, somebody mentioned that, the issues of privacy and data protection issues, liability for damage, lack of accountability. For example, if a robot makes a mistake, who is accountable? You know, for example, if a self-driving vehicle, for example, knocks somebody on the road, who is responsible? Is it the owner of the car? Is it the owner of the what do you call it? Is it the company that that developed the car, or is it the software developers? You know, and so on and so on. So these are some of the issues when it comes to artificial intelligence. So in conclusion, I want to advocate something called responsible AI. Which basically encompasses the safe and ethical development and deployment of AI technologies for business. In other words, you need to advocate for fairness, reliability, safety, privacy, of course, security, inclusiveness, so that you don't create bias, transparency, and accountability. I'm actually talking directly to software AI engineers. You know, as they build systems for businesses, you make sure that they responsibly build these particular systems. So I want to leave you with this quote by Dimitri, that AI is going to be extremely beneficial, and already is, of course, when it comes to business. However, it is also going to be beneficial to criminals. Thank you. Sorry for running you through my slides very, very fast. So thank you so much.
Please, let's give a warm applause to Dr. Andrew Kipkebut. Dr. Andrew Kipkebut, kindly do not leave, because we have a panel session that involves you. Asante.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for listening through that session. Actually, Dr. Andrew works with Kabarak University, in case I never mentioned that. So for this particular session that is coming in, let us remember, I don't know if we have any question and answers for our speakers so that we can guide that session after this. If you have any questions and answers, we're going to have a particular session, maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes after the panel discussions, so that we can answer those. But because of time, we'll move very fast into the panelist session. So this is how the panelist session is going to work. First, we're going to have panelists who are going to come here and a moderator to moderate the session. And after that, there will be breakout rooms. There'll be breakout rooms, and 3 breakout room sessions will be available. So if you're interested, for example, in AI and data protection, you stay here at this particular auditorium. I'll repeat, if you're interested in AI and data protection, you'll stay here. This is after the panel session. And then secondly, if you are interested in, is this abstract presentations? Abstract presentations, I believe you will be required to join the mezzanine room. Now, the mezzanine room is the room or the floor between this floor, this is the ground floor, and the first floor. And then we have another breakout room session on AI and data protection, led by Dr. Joshua Okemwa. That will be at DSC 102. DSC 102 will be at the first floor. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call in Harriet Ratemo. Harriet Ratemo, please, let's escort her with applause. I know you are tired, but we are doing this for a reason. We are doing this to learn. We are doing this to be ready for our future. We have, I think about, let me see, how many seats? 1. Dr. Andrew will be virtual. Dr. Martin Olo is available. Mr. Philip Kisaka will be virtual. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 panelists and the moderator seat. I think 5 seats would be good. Thank you. Moderator Harriet Ratemo, I'd like to hand over this to you. Thank you.
Linda, are you in the house? Oh, thank you. Well, can we escort Linda to the to her seat? So thank you so much, and I hope we are still holding on because of time, but we are going to make it as short as possible. We thank you. Also grateful to our online speaker, Dr. Andrew Kipkebut. And at this moment, we are going to start basically to talk around issues to do with legislation and cybercrime, and capacity building in the region of Africa. And with me, we have Linda. Linda, you can wave to the... Thank you so much. You'll tell us more about yourself shortly as you answer the question. We have Joanne, who has been speaking to us since morning and who is basically the event mover of the day. And we have Dr. Martin Olo. Thank you so much and welcome to this particular panel discussion session. Please wave to them. Please wave to them. Please, can you wave back? I know you're tired. I know we are hungry, but we can wave back. Eh? So basically, that is what we are looking at. Let me repeat again, legislation on cybercrime and capacity building in the African region is the title we are going to look at. So maybe I'll start my first question and direct it to Dr. Martin Olo. You are a specialist in governance, leadership, democracy, and constitutionalism. Maybe my first two questions, maybe two, and then we can move to the next speaker. I'm interested in finding out what would be your insights in regards to legislation and capacity building in the AI and cybersecurity. All right? And then alongside that, maybe you can also speak into the role of organizations or partners like KICTANET. We are talking about ICT Authority, ICTA, you know, KSAT, CC. What role are they playing in terms of creating awareness in matters AI and cybersecurity? And basically, what is the role of private public partnerships?
Okay. Good afternoon. I know it's 1 o'clock, so you are looking at me and wondering whether I'm the reason why you are this late. It's not me, it's them. So just give me a bit of your attention. I've been asked to talk about artificial intelligence, the law, and I want to start by saying that even as we look at this topic, let us look at it positively. So when we talk of security, it doesn't mean that the opposite is insecurity. When we talk about the cyberspace, we should not be looking at it from cyber crimes. Rather, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we should not be looking at it from only possibilities of things that will go wrong. What I would like us to do is to look at the opportunities and look at how then, as citizens of the world, we actually explore the spaces. So I want to make the case that cyberspace, like any other space, requires that we all be free to express ourselves in that space. So freedom of association, freedom of thought, and freedom of creation and innovation should be encouraged in the cyberspace. The only thing that we want to say is that as soon as freedoms are exercised and encouraged in the cyberspace, then you begin to attract everybody, including those who are also ill-bent to do things that could hurt others. Therefore, then the issue of security comes in. So from a legal perspective, what I would encourage us to do is, first of all, to think of an enabling environment. Think of a framework that facilitates rather than a framework that constrains or restrains. So I am for free thinking, and therefore to allow that even those of us who are behind the cyberspace ought to be encouraged to think freely and creatively. What that should also do is that those of us then who are regulators and those of us who are also people who help to govern should also think freely and creatively, so that we don't hamper creativity, but we rather keep the right frameworks or the right walls or bulwarks to enable that thinking to be not to be harmful. So I'm saying that let us look for positive ways of us intervening from a legal perspective rather than from a criminal mind-based. Having said that, the unfortunate thing in Africa, and Kenya in particular, is that we come to this with a criminal mind. We come to it with a government policy such as the Cyber Crimes Act that is looking at problems, looking at crimes, rather than looking at how to promote the cyberspace. So when you go to India and you look at their framework around the AI, it is progressive, it's enabling, it is helping the Indians to actually think through and explore. But when you look at us, we are creating forensic labs in Kiambu Road. We are checking people's phones. We are busy looking for things that are not there. We want to see who is doing what crimes, rather than we are looking for people who are able to be creative and therefore generate. The economy we are talking about in the cyberspace, the digital economy, is actually now one of the world's leading economies. So really you are saying that with such a big economic base, we should be looking at it from a government perspective, promoting from a regulator's perspective, facilitating rather than disabling and constraining it. So when you look at it, what we should be saying here is that AI is here with us. It is artificial to the extent that we have not interfaced with it as humans. Or rather, it's artificial because we are creating it from all sorts of machines. But again, it's human beings who are behind that system. So what we need to do is to accept that with this kind of freedom and with this kind of creation, what should we need governments for? Unfortunately, governments in Africa exist to constrain our spaces, to suffocate our thinking, and to discourage us from freely moving around.
Thank you so much, Dr. Olo. Just to add, maybe just to speak more on that, what would you say in terms of, are we making the right strides basically towards achieving those frameworks, and how fast are we moving so that we can be able to leapfrog technology instead of crawling from behind? Because by the time we get there, maybe something else will be here.
I think in Kenya, for example, I think we are not making, we are trying, but we could do better. I have just said that when AI began to be an issue, others were looking at how to capitalize, how to make the best out of it. I've looked at the Indian framework, which is already a strategy, which is a policy. They're already ahead of us. As we are still in between, wondering whether our students should access AI, but they're accessing it. We don't know whether it should be used in academic writing. It is there. So what we should be doing is saying, if this is the available space, how can we best use it? How can we move ahead, even as, for example, an education institution, to position ourselves in a way that we know how to interact with our students who are busy using AI. We should not be fighting with them. We should be saying, oh, okay, I even know what the source of this is. And therefore, we have an interaction. I know, not that I don't know, that I'm able to also be ahead of you as students so that we are able to work in that space. So I would say that there's more we need to do, but perhaps more progressive approaches that we require. My only bit that I'm saying, unfortunately for this country of ours, is that we are not going to see that positivity. We are only going to see the other side, which means that those who have embraced this technology and are moving on will be far off before we realize.
Oh, thank you so much. Now, to you, Linda Naminda, as a lawyer, what are the recent developments in matters cybersecurity and data protection, especially looking at Kenya, our country?
Okay, thank you, Harriet. What I'll start with, being a lawyer, obviously, is the Constitution. And you must have realized that the Constitution is really passionate about public participation. So you've seen so many bills or acts going down because the government did not involve the people who should have been stakeholders. So what we have seen is the government is going out of its way to partner with stakeholders to deal with matters cyberspace. So that you see institutions such as Kictanet, which are coming in to tell the government, why don't we call Dell, which is a laptop making company, to help us deal with cybersecurity? Or why haven't we talked to Safaricom? I think maybe 90% of us here have a Safaricom line, even if just for M-Pesa. So it's an organization that you cannot ignore. So those are some of the things that the government is doing so that everyone is part and parcel of this cyberspace. Other than that, of course, we have some acts which have been enacted specifically to deal with the cyberspace, including one that my senior Dr. Olo has mentioned, the Computer Crimes and Cybersecurity Act, which I think was enacted like 2 years ago. Then we also have the Data Protection Act. I'm sure some of us heard of the school that was sued for publishing a child's face and such like things, yeah? So those are some of the developments that we are seeing, that the government is actually saying that your information should be personal, or at least it should be protected. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Just out of curiosity, are there any decisions that have been made in our courts today in terms of cybercrime? Like if I came to court today with some cybercrime, okay, what evidence would you want me to bring?
Okay, that's an interesting question. From what we have been hearing since morning, it's a bit difficult to prove some of these things that happen on the internet. Like if someone was to hack my phone today, it would be very difficult for me to say, to pinpoint that person. they put so many protocols online so that it's very hard to get the final beneficiary. But as you might know, I'm used to speaking to lawyers, so we speak as if they know the law. But evidence is paramount in the court of law. The case will be decided as per the evidence that you will adduce. So what I have seen in the past is that the cases I've gone through, I've seen that WhatsApp is a very easy way of getting a culprit. But when that particular information was shared through any other platform, it has been very difficult for the court to come and say, yes, this person did this, and so on and so forth. There's actually a particular employment matter where the employee was to be dismissed because of hacking the institution's information. But when it went to court, the employer was actually unable to prove that, one, he had put up measures to protect his data, and number two, that there's a correlation between the employee and the hacked information. So I would say it's a 50-50 chance. You may succeed in matters cybersecurity, but it's quite difficult, and as Dr. Olo has said, we are not there yet. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Dr. Olo, maybe back to you again. In the era of, the use of anonymity, and the use of artificial intelligence, sometimes how do you, as a lawyer, how are you able to pinpoint that this is the exact culprit?
You see, let me tell you, law is practiced in different ways. I practice my law to defend people's freedoms and rights. So I would protect that fellow's anonymity to death, because I want us to be able to have that freedom for creativity and freedom for people to be able to, create, innovate, and so on. So that if I was a prosecutor, and this is the other side, I would be looking at how do I trace that fellow, and that's why we have the forensic labs and we have computer crime specialists and so on, to try and reach at that. My issue is this, and perhaps this is very, not controversial, but that's what my position is, that creativity and innovation happen because people are playing from outside the spaces that are known, which are likely to be criminalized, are likely to be seen as invading or intruding. But it's that is actually helping us to grow. So what I would be doing is that if I found a fellow like that, if I was in government, I would be interested in knowing how he exactly did. Like a hacker. A hacker is a very useful fellow for people who are interested in crimes, because you need to understand what is the formula that he has used, what are the logarithms that have applied, and therefore how do you want to use it to combat that. So I would say that I come from that school where we allow for creativity, and it's creativity that should also be able to resolve. So that rather than using force, what we should be asking is using intellect. If somebody is so sharp, how do you then also use that same knowledge to see how you can get to where they're going? So that they say you send a thief to catch a thief, you must be intelligent enough to be able to get the intelligence that the other person is using to hack into system. You've just seen, I think this week, let me put it this way. The banks have lost money over the last couple of weeks or months. And so the good banks, and you've seen the other day, what Equity has done is to raid corporate sector. I think they even raided IBM or something. They've gone in to get specialists and said, we want the best brains inside here so that they can help us to tackle it. So what I'm saying is that, yes, there will be the back and forth, but my encouragement is that in order for this space to grow, we need to encourage all sorts of minds. Now that sounds very controversial, but we must encourage people to think through and to break through systems so that way we can get solutions to how to secure those systems.
Thank you so much. Linda, I want you to think about this as we'll be finishing up. From your perspective and with regards to legislation, do you think our judiciary is ready for AI in terms of capacity and skills? So I want you to think about that. You'll be answering that as I get to Johan. Thank you so much for the enlightenment that you've given this room and the audience that is watching us online. But I just want to go back and ask you this question. When you talk about tech mindset Africa. It sounds like speaking to the mind. What makes you different?
Thank you very much, Harriet, for that question. And just to borrow from what my colleagues have said, I know I'm not a lawyer, but I'll still call him senior. The beauty about this industry is that we cut through all industries, and especially in artificial intelligence. And what Tech Mindset does and what is different from it is, first of all, in what it does. First, it educates Africa in artificial intelligence. But why is it different? It's different because it speaks to the person who, actually to our audience, to who you are. So for example, now, because we are talking about the legal industry right now, we will not send or try and attract the lawyers who are technically inclined. We are going to attract you as a lawyer from where you are. So for example, for the legal industry, we'd call up lawyers in a forum like this and talk about the challenges facing legal industries. And from that particular point, then we talk about AI in the legal industry. And from that particular point, we challenge you before you leave. It could be a 1-day, 2-day, 3-day talk. At the end of the day, we challenge you to innovate. So for example, I'm not very sure about the legal industry parts, but this is what I'll say from my basic knowledge. For example, if you're in litigation or conveyancing, then we'll challenge you to find ways on which you can make that particular section more effective. Where are the notes? Where are the researches that are tremendous in a way that it takes a lot of time? Then we ask you to find a solution now that you understand artificial intelligence, now that you understand machine learning, you understand generative AI, deep learning, etc. Then we ask you, how can you make, for example, the researcher who takes 3 months to work on a legal case? How can we use Gen AI? How can you use Gen AI to do that? And we are not talking about you collecting data or talking about you starting to understand algorithms. We want you to talk from an idealistic perspective. So the question is, if you are in a particular industry, and in this case, let's say marketing, what are your challenges in marketing? Where are the bottlenecks? Where are the gaps? Now that you understand artificial intelligence, how can you innovate in your space? And from that particular point, then we call in industry experts to sit down and listen to the innovations that you've come up with. And then at the point where now we involve the technical experts, who are from now other institutions technically trained, is where you want to implement in the lowest fidelity. By this I mean in the lowest way, by just making a presentation and see how this will come out as an example or as an MVP. That's where now your innovation comes to life. So when it comes to what Tech Mindset does, yes, we educate and create platforms to understand AI, but we are hands-on in a way that if you come in as a non-technical person, you will go out understanding how to apply artificial intelligence in your industry from your perspective. That is how we are different, Harriet.
Thank you so much to the audience. You can be typing in your questions so we can read them towards the end of this particular session. So back to you, Linda, and as you answer that, this is based on the fact that in terms of your readiness, we've had situations not in Kenya, especially now that judiciary is moving online, where we have had AI evidence presented in court. That's what I'm asking. Are we ready in terms of skilling?
Okay, I'm glad you have mentioned the online courts, because at least we are somewhere as the judiciary. After COVID, I think we moved to virtual courts, and almost all court stations are now going virtual, number one. And then secondly, we have also moved to e-filing. We are no longer printing paperwork for courts, so that's a step. In terms of AI, I think the judiciary as well as our institutions are at the same place. They're just learning about it. So I don't think they're a step ahead, but I believe that they're ready to deal with it. And what I like about lawyers, they always foresee problems. So by the time a problem comes up, there's already an act to deal with it. The only thing they're going to do is maybe to amend the acts and come up with case laws, but someone somewhere has already, come up with a provision. If you look at the if you look at the act that we were talking about, the computer crimes, the data protection, you'll see that the fines are very, very high, like 5 million, 10 million, 20 million. So we are just waiting for the culprits now.
Let me just say something about online. I think something good happened in this country around COVID, and judiciary of all the institutions went online. And it is helping a lot. First of all, to just speed up the process of justice. It's reducing costs for litigation because people are not traveling as much. But more importantly, what we now need is to build up the networks, to build up the system so that we protect it from hacking, or we protect it from interference and so on. But it's been the best thing that has ever happened. Is there artificial intelligence kind of evidence being presented before the courts? Not as yet, because what you have to do is, if you are making a submission, it has to be based on the law, it has to be based on a case that has been decided somewhere, so you have to have similar facts, and therefore you can bring it in. Again, it is how you as the lawyer uses that information and how you apply yourself to it that is likely to help you generate that information in such a manner that it can give you the kind of victory or the kind of day you want in court. So there's a bit of that interface between the human and the artificial in order for us to be able to ease research, ease the materials that we are getting, and bring them into the court process.
Oh, thank you so much. Now, this is one of the questions that you're getting from our online viewers. What are the panelists' thoughts towards some percentage of AI experts in terms of their warning towards the rapid growth of AI globally? Maybe in terms of statistics. Do you have any statistics, especially here in terms of the expertise we would have under legislation?
I would say, let me give the general perspective from where I come from. And it is true what my colleagues have just spoken about. AI is at its infantry. Right now, the penetration of AI education, more or so the trainers, you know, the people who educate us, the people who ought to give knowledge and skills, is at 2%, to say the least. But this is set to change in the next few years because of such kind of forums, you know, such kinds of discussions. If we bring the discussions to ourselves, to us today, that is bound to change as rapidly as possible. Right now, there's a lot of hyperness in AI, but no one is stopping to ask themselves, how can I use it? Or is it that we're already using the tools, but you're not very specific in how you can use it to grow yourself? So what I would say, our statistics are very low in terms of the growth in AI, and also the people who are talking about it really are from the point where we're getting information online, but not from an experiential point of view. The thing is, as Africans, as Kenya more so, most focus is that we need to understand AI and test it out before we take what is coming from outside. And from that particular point, then we are able to talk about AI and implement more.
Harriet, there's good news. You can hear it from Joanne that the tech mindset is busy at it, and I believe that the reason why the School of Science and Professor Martha is here is working on this is so that we can begin to build up a pool of expertise around this and perhaps train more and more. So there is good news that this education is going to be available and more people will be trained, and that is what we need. We need from 2% to 5% to 10%. We need more so that we can use that information for our own economic development.
Thank you so much. Another question that is coming online is that as lawyers, especially now this is to the lawyers because of legislation, don't you think that AI is going to increase the level of doubt rather in terms of the evidence that comes to our courts?
And so you know, at the end of the day, it is about testing. You know, there's something about law that people sometimes don't understand. Not everything that is said in law goes unchallenged, and that's why you have something called examination in chief, then you have cross-examination, and then you have re-examination. So in the process of you being examined in chief, you will say things that will collapse on cross-examination, which would be like when you're doing an investigation, if you cannot support what you've just said, whatever you've said collapses. But if you are again given a chance to be re-examined by whoever has led you, chances are that you can redeem some, and chances are that you will crash everything. Doubt will always be with us, but it's not because of AI, it's because of whether what we are saying ties up, makes sense, or it doesn't.
If I may just add to what Dr. Olo has said, I'm sure you all recall the Willie Kimani case where he was brutally murdered. And what the judge said when she was delivering the judgment is that they used a lot of technological advancement to pin the murderers to the point of, where the murder actually took place, other than many other things. Where did he leave the walkie-talkie that the cops used? Because he was very smart. He left his phone at home, but he forgot to leave the walkie-talkie. So again, what you'll learn about the law is that there's something called corroborative evidence. So we'll use the AI and add other things like, what was he wearing? Did anyone see him? Did a camera capture him? So we won't just be saying, the photos that you were shown earlier, that he was chased by a lion. I mean, we'd want to know, were they real lions or were they tigers, and so on and so forth. So don't worry, the judiciary will be very keen even with AI. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We have our online panelist, Philip Kisaka, also with us. And he has a lot of understanding in terms of the GDPR and the African Data Protection Law. So our question, Kisaka, Philip, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, thank you so much. So our first question to you is, in terms of trying to speak to a layman, what is data privacy as a data principle, protection principle? How would you define that to a layman?
Right, thank you very much. Just confirm you can hear me?
Yes.
Right, thank you. My name is Philip Kisaka. I am a data protection and privacy expert practicing in Kenya, Africa, and in Europe. I have both an understanding of the African data protection laws. I also have an understanding of the GDPR. And a very good question that you've asked in terms of what is data protection. So many times in Kenya and in African context, we use data protection and data privacy interchangeably. However, there is a slight distinction or difference. When we're talking about data protection, we're talking about the security or the system that I use to secure data that is being held by an organization in order to prevent any unauthorized use or access of this information. While data privacy is simply on the unauthorized viewing, or it's like talking about a window and a window pane and the shutters. So data protection is the window itself, the window pane, and the shutters are about privacy. So privacy is an authorized viewing or manipulation of this, while security is more on the fraud and the use of this by malicious actors. So I think that is, in a nutshell, what I would say data protection versus data privacy is.
Oh, thank you so much. Now we have the GDPR emanating from the European, basically Union. We have the African Data Protection Law, and we have the Kenyan Data Protection Act. Why do we need all these? Can we just use one?
So, so what happens in terms of the Kenya Data Protection Law, the African laws, and now the GDPR? There's something we call the Brussels effect. Now, the Brussels effect, Brussels is in Belgium. And the Brussels effect is simply that any law that is passed by the EU in Brussels tends to find its way into municipal law throughout the world. And so the only way which the law can sort of be used locally is by having a copy or an exact replica or not of the same law in the local context and the local setting. You look at the African data protection laws, including Kenya. Most of them almost mirror what the GDPR is talking about, however, with certain different nuances. But in the Kenyan context, you find instances where there has been things like when you talk about ethnic data being sensitive personal data. And in Kenya, we very well know that if I say my name is Philip Fula or Philip or Tieno, you'll already know that my ethnicity is from a certain kind of tribe. So a lot of this transposition has been because of the Brussels effect. So a law is passing in the EU. The EU is a big economic bloc with over 27 countries,
And because we still want to trade with the EU, we have to pass almost equivalent laws in order to comply with what they have prescribed, and in order to have that free flow of data and including commerce and trade between us. So it's simply because laws are territorial. You can't have one law at an international level that applies uniformly, especially with regard to data that applies uniformly across the world. However, the GDPR has tried to exercise that control because of what we call the Brussels effect.
Let me just add on that from a legal perspective. There is what you call the jurisdiction. So you have to establish a jurisdiction by having what he's talking about, municipal law, which is a local country law. Then you have transboundary or transborder issues, which requires that you have a municipal law, which then should speak to an international law in order for it to apply across the border. So yes, you need a country-specific law to establish the jurisdiction, but you need that jurisdiction to then meet with the other side of jurisdiction in order for you to have a transborder transaction. So when you're doing trade, it's important that unless a country has a law that is the same as the international law or the Brussels law, it becomes difficult for that country to play in that space, or for those other international businesses to play in this space. So you need that jurisdiction, and then you need the transboundary.
Thank you so much. I think that is well articulated, and we are educated. Just as because of the restrictions of time, I would want us to give each a minute just to give our parting shot in terms of these matters, legislation and cybersecurity and AI. And I'm going to start with Linda.
Okay, thank you. What I'd just say is that I think I'm excited about it. I've learned so much today. And I hope that, you know, it's change is difficult and painful, but I hope and I believe that moving forward, everyone will be looking towards that direction. Yes, thank you.
I believe I'll be the automatic. All right. Well, this is what I'd say, and mostly this has been articulated throughout the day. It's very simple. There's opportunity in AI and cybersecurity. Right now, there's opportunity in cybersecurity, but there might not be enough people who are well learned in how AI can act as an enabler of cybersecurity. The hackers right now are hacking using AI. And if you cannot counter that attack using AI, then you cannot prevent hacking. So generally speaking, if you have an opportunity, yes, learn about cybersecurity, but please take also another opportunity to understand how AI can be used to counter, to be used as a counter for hackers, and also learn how you can make smarter AI systems to identify and advance the changing trends of cyber attacks. Thank you.
I want to say this, that AI is here, but it's called artificial intelligence. So it means that you must meet it with some sense of intelligence. You can't come to it with copy and paste. No. The other day I was buying Microsoft 365, and it was giving me an option to buy Copilot. And I bought it very quickly. And I'm using that Copilot to do a few things, and my life is easier. And I'm happy because it's able, I'm telling it to do something, it's doing for me, and then I take time, quickly, it prepares even slides for me, and then I look at those slides and say, hey, I don't seem to like this one. It gives me some funny pictures. I say, no, I don't want this, I want some African face. So the point is that we have to be intelligent to deal with artificial intelligence. It cannot be cut and paste. So research can only be better and easier because now we have something that can help us move to where we want to go, but you have to have the knowledge to know that you're in the right direction. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in Timbuktu.
Thank you so much. Philip Kisaka, your parting shot.
I'll just pick up from where I think Dr. Lowe has left off, and indeed, you need some level of intelligence to interact with artificial intelligence, but I'm not too sure if he wants to be telling students that he prepares his slides with this artificial intelligence, because eventually they may end up doing the very assignments that have been assigned them
aside from that using artificial intelligence. But my parting shot is this, that we need to get on track with a global trend as soon as possible, because AI is here to stay. There's so many things that have been rendered redundant by the coming of AI, and it's up to us to take over careers in this space, either in the legal space or otherwise, in order to be able to utilize this technology.
Thank you so much to our physical audience, to our online audience, and to our panelists. Thank you so much for your time. I've been your moderator, Harriet Ratemo, and be blessed.
Thank you. You can't hug it.
Thank you, Harriet. Thank you for that wonderful session. And now, this time I have 3 microphones. Niendelee ama nisiendelee? Should I? Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call upon for clarification. Yes. Oh. All right, thank you for that information. We are really trying to manage time. So just to brief what is going to happen and the slight change of the program is that we are going to go for a breakout session, no, for a lunch session, excuse me. And after that, we'll come straight to a breakout session. And before that, I just want to get clarification. Do we have Ms. Martha Njeri? Yes, Ms. Martha Njeri, your audience will be here at the auditorium. For anyone who might want more information on that, you have Ms. Martha Njeri on that. Do we have Mr. Chris Oyuech? Oh, yes. Chris, thank you. Your room will be mezzanine room. May I just briefly get what will be happening at mezzanine? It is already there. Oh, he's already there. Okay, thank you. And Dr. Joshua Okemwa. Dr. Joshua Okemwa, already there. It's you. All right, then here are the confusions. First I thought you were Christian, now it's okay, this is AI. Dr. Joshua, you kindly clarify what is happening at the first floor DAC 102. Abstract presentations. All right, so after lunch, let's not come straight here unless you are going to be in a discussion, in a breakout session about AI and data protection. So as we go out for lunch, we have only 20 minutes. I know you can swallow food very fast. Ninawajua because I was there. I was here at Daystar. I know how they serve very fast, especially when you have classes to go. Let us use the same skills and try and use 20 minutes to go out. Remember, your meal cards are at the reception outside there. And as you do that, please let us keep the Lord first. We need a volunteer to pray for our lunch very fast. If you do not volunteer, I'm going to pick you. And I know you are all Daystarians. Everyone can pray. Any volunteer? Any volunteer? A gentleman this time. All the gentlemen are looking down. Interesting. Thank you, sir. Please come and pray for our lunch. Asante.
Shall we believe and pray? Mighty and everlasting Father, we say thank you. We give you glory, my Father, for the guidance you give unto us since morning up to now. Even as we're going to break for our lunch, may you be with us. May you bless the lunch, O God. May you protect it, O my Father, and sanctify it. We pray for the next session that let it be productive too, and we shall glorify your name. I pray this prayer in the name of Jesus Christ. I do pray and believe.
Thank you very much, sir, for that. Okay, let us break and be back at 2:30.
So we will project on the screens the various topics and the rooms where they will be to enable you make your choice. You can see they are already projected. I think we'll leave them on. So the presenters, the room where they are, the rapporteur, everything is set. Just quickly have your meal, then head to that room for more learning.
Thank you, Professor. Please let us be back by 2:30, exactly 2:30, so that we save time on our third session. Thank you.